It appears that the broadcast is working. We will get fired up in just a minute so I can go get myself a cocktail. What I really mean is glasses. Are we ready to get cracking, kids? My mouse is not working great. That's no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, I am the Old Humble Guy. This is the Old Humble Distilling Company Pandemic Studio. As you can see in the background, my trusty wooden sign behind my head. I am almost dressed and ready to go. The lights are right in my face and extremely bright. But it is time for the show to start. I am situated and proper. I changed the title of the show tonight, like 45 minutes ago. Like, I was like, I don't want to talk about the music from the 90s. Music from the 90s is great, but I don't want to talk about the music from the 90s. Not tonight. Tonight, I wanted to have a proper whiskey topic. So I changed the topic from music of the 90s to age statements. For those of you who are unfamiliar with how this show goes, we started off with little updates about the distillery, a little information about what's going on behind the scenes at the distillery, what's keeping me busy, what's keeping me active, what events we have coming up. And then I go into my topic of the night. I usually have one or two topics. Tonight, I actually have two topics. We're going to talk about whiskey age statements, actual whiskey content, whiskey age statements, how to read them, why it's relevant, why it matters, all that stuff. And then we're going to jump, and I can talk about music from the 90s and why the 90s was the best decade for music, bar none. This is not a debatable point. It is without question, simple fact, argue with the wall. And the format for the show typically is not a debate. It is a discussion. So I try to avoid debatable topics in general, because there's no point in debating a topic online because nobody listens to anything online. I mean, last week we had Traveling Fools. Traveling Fools popped in, wanted to chit-chat, and we chit-chatted. And they were insisting that the Civil War was not about slavery. It was about blah, 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 all the other stuff, even though I was reading actual historical documents. And he was like, no, you can revise history all you want. I'm like, dude, I'm not revising history. This is actual history, actual historical documents. So we try to avoid debatable topics because there's no point in having a debate on YouTube. We'll have a discussion, discussable topics. That's the best part. And that's what happy hours are all about. When you're going to talk to strangers in a bar, you generally want to avoid debates. You want to talk to a stranger in a bar. You have a discussion, a little back and forth. What's your view on the matter? Because nobody actually, especially people, nobody knows how to debate anymore. And you're definitely not going to be debating in a bar during a happy hour. And especially people who say they're good at debates, because they're not. if you have to say you're good at debating, you are not good at debating. And it is really no point in even having a discussion with people who insist on debating points that are not debatable. Like, this is how you debate about whether or not Bigfoot exists. You just walk off and go somewhere else because Bigfoot doesn't exist. Any hoodles, we're going to get on with the show. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, a word from our sponsor would be next if I had that video handy, but it is currently buried in my archives and I have to go find it. So we're just going to skip over from that's that to our live show. There it is. That's the live camera up there. I don't know if I like this with the, all right, I'm going to adjust this camera real quick. I don't know if I like it with the video feed being incomplete, not a complete. Is that camera even level? It looks like it's off by just a little bit. That's going to bother me all night long. Let me go fix that. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. I want to go home. It's time to go home. I think I fixed it. All right, so I'm going to make the video feed full screen. Transform that to fit the screen now. And then we're going to talk about timestamp, age stamps. Where's the camera? There it is. Make it bigger. Transform. Fit to screen. Boom. There we go. That's much better. I don't like that distracting border around the outside. That was bothering me. And still, my mouse is not working. I'm using my keyboard mouse, which is dumb. I've also added a feature to tonight's show, as I said I would. We've got Twidgets. Tater Dom is in the house. And who's this? Dozer's in the house. Everybody's in the house. I can see it on the screen. It's still a bit far away. I'm not using my spectacles at the moment. Let's see if I can make this Twidget bigger. Nope, that doesn't help. Well, there's a way to do it. I just don't know what it is yet. Live chat, make it bigger. Pop it out. There we go. So I can do the chat on screen. That was one of my notes that I said I needed to do and do correctly last week, and I fixed it. So do we have timestamps on it? Yes, we do. Let's see here. Make it zoomed. I use it with this screen here. I think that'll do it. Yeah, that does it. Double the size. Hot damn. All right. Now, so we've got your comments on screen. I can see those. I've got to get this mouse fixed. It's not the mouse. It's the it's the dongle. The dongle is not communicating with the mouse. So that's the problem right now. That's what the problem is at the moment. The dongle is not communicating with the mouse. And it's like a short in the USB port. Anyway. All right. Let me pour my drink. Let's talk about age statements. I get this question all the time. And it happens more than I like to admit it. Because our bourbon is aged in 5-gallon barrels. Our bourbon is aged in 5-gallon barrels, and the age time in a 5-gallon barrels is about a year. And you know, you get your typical whiskey snob that goes, "I only like stuff that's only at least 4 years aged." It's like, no, you don't. You don't know what you're talking about because you like stuff that's aged 4 years in a specific climate in a specific sized barrel. You don't. I mean, the frustrating thing. I love whiskey enthusiasts. They're some of the most enthusiastic people about the spirit, about the style of drink that we make, about the history behind the drink that we make, all of that stuff. They're some of the most enthusiastic people. They are also some of the most belligerently ignorant people that I have ever run across. Cheers, by the way, to everybody out there. We're going to have our opening toast. I'm drinking Double Oak Straight Rye on the rocks. 90 proof because I like it to taste like whiskey, even on the rocks. And also the 90s was the best decade ever. Excuse me. That said, on with the show. like I was saying, there's some of the they are some of the most enthusiastic, but also equally ignorant people about the spirit that they purport to love, because they will say things like, I only drink scotch, I don't drink whiskey, or I only drink bourbon, I don't like whiskey, or I only like whiskey that's aged 5 years, or I only drink. That's one of the most frustrating statements. I only drink. Like, you choose not to try other stuff. But we're not at that. We're not on that discussion. The discussion we're talking about specifically is age statements. And one of the things that I find that people just don't know about, because they're not familiar with the process, is that different size barrels will produce a different flavor expression within a given amount of time. And even, the other question that we get all is that, distill it from your stills, or did you source it and you're just aging? Like, just aging it means nothing. Just aging it is like literally everything that you do to a whiskey to give the whiskey its flavor and color and style. You could take distillate from a still and send it to 5 different areas with the same barrel, and you get 5 different whiskeys back, assuming the 5 different areas are in 5 different aging zones. And that's where the age statements come into play, because if all things are equal, then the age statement matters. If the barrel is aged in the same region, in the same climate zone, then the age statement matters, because then you'll have a difference between a 4-year, 5-year, 6-year, 8-year, 12-year, 3-year, 2-year. You'll have a huge variation in flavor from the barrel if all the barrels are aged in the same climate zone. But if you're talking about a 5-year Scotch and a 5-year Kentucky bourbon and a 5-year Gulf Coast bourbon and a 5-year New York bourbon, we're talking about 5 drastically different flavors of bourbon. A 5-year Scotch is almost brand new. A 5-year bourbon tastes fairly well aged. A 5-year New York bourbon is going to be probably halfway between your Scotch and your bourbon. And also, not to mention the difference in grains between your Scotch and your bourbon. Scotch is going to be mostly malted barley, and malted barley is going to absorb a lot of flavor from that barrel, where bourbon tends to have rye in it, or at least wheat, and both of those grains bring a lot of flavor to party. Not to mention corn, which by itself is sweet. So the flavor that you're going to get from the aging statement of 5 years is going to be drastically different, because barley is going to introduce a lot of oaky smokiness from the barrel to the party. Also, anything that you've done to the barley, like smoking it, peat, giving it a peat smoke, it's going to absorb a lot of that flavor. So, coming down here to the Gulf Coast, where you have 10 months of good, solid post or plus 50 degree aging, versus Kentucky, where you get 6 months of plus 50 degree aging, versus Scotland, where you make like 4 months of plus 50 degree aging. Those are all very drastically different age statements for a whiskey. 5 years in Scotland is not the same as 5 years in Kentucky, and is not the same as 5 years on the Gulf Coast. And that's one of the many reasons why you just don't have typically 20-year-old bourbon here in the United States, because in the United States, 20 years is far too long to age bourbon. There are super premium bourbons that are aged 20 plus years. They cost a stupid amount of money, and it's debatable whether or not that money is actually worth the value of the bourbon that's in the bottle. I would argue it's not. That's why it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It typically doesn't happen. Of course it happens. Whiskey snobs. Yes, it actually does happen. It happens. It's not uncommon, but it's not particularly common either. So all that said, it's also very important to note that I'm playing with my screens over here. It's also very important to note that the size of the barrel makes a difference too. 2 years in a 5-gallon barrel is not the same as 2 years in a 50-gallon barrel. 2 years in a 25-gallon barrel is not the same as 2 years in a 50-gallon barrel. Is not the same as 2 years in a 5-gallon barrel. All of these things matter with an age statement. And that's why when you look at an age statement, you have to know everything else. Now, If it's a straight whiskey, you know that it's at least 2 years aged. But if it's not a straight whiskey, then there's other things that come into play. Like maybe it has extra staves in the barrel. Maybe it was aged in a smaller barrel. So our bourbon isn't a straight bourbon, but it's aged with extra oak or in a small barrel. So it is aged the equivalent of about 5 or 6 years in a small barrel. We don't call it a straight whiskey because it's not a straight whiskey. It's only aged a year. Hell, even from my old facility to my new facility, we moved like literally 6 miles down the road. And my old facility had a literal wall of glass windows facing south. And those south-facing windows got sunlight all day long. Temperatures inside our distillery got up to like 160 degrees some days in the summer. Guess what that did to the bourbon when it was aging? Man, that stuff got into the wood. So our bourbon was able to age in about 6 months. And when we moved to the new facility, I had to learn the new process with the new facility and how the new facility interacted with our barrels. And the new facility would get hotter, it would get hot and stay hot. It would get cool and stay cool, but it would not get as hot as the old facility did. And it didn't get as cold as the old facility did either. So we didn't have quite the temperature extremes in the new facility that we had at the old facility. So I have to age the whiskey for an extra 3 or 4 months. And my bourbon sits in the barrels now between 11 and 13 months. This latest batch of bourbon we've got has been aging already. Let's see here, November 5th to now, it's 11 months. So our latest batch of bourbon will have aged almost a year when it comes out of the barrel. 1 year in a 5-gallon barrel. I'll pull it out of the barrel. We'll see what it tastes like. I can tell you what it's tasted like the last couple of times I've taken a sample. It tastes like a damn fine bourbon. So all that said, how do you read an age statement? Well, you take it kind of with a grain of salt. You read the age statement, and you have to understand that all things being equal, the age statement matters. But all things are very rarely equal. When you get outside of the Kentucky aging region, and you start looking at Indiana, you start looking at New York, you start looking at California, you start looking at Colorado, Stranahan's, those guys. You look over here in Texas, the 4 or 5 different regions we have in Texas. All of that stuff plays a role in what that age statement means. And if you're looking at the age statement without the context of what you're looking at, why you're looking at it, and how you're looking at it, then you're not looking at enough information to really get a sense of how aged or what kind of flavor you're going to be getting from the barrel. You need the rest of the context that comes with the age statement to really be able to get a feel for and understand what it is you're reading. And all of that stuff matters. So all that said, how far into the show are we? About 15 minutes? We are just over 15 minutes. So I've done my part. Y'all haven't done anything in chat. You just sat there and listened. I appreciate that, listening. But, the Old Humble After Dark part comes next, where I start going through chat and start listening, or we start answering questions in chat and addressing comments in chat. I can go into our second topic after we have a quick word from our sponsor. Will that work? Can we do that? Let's see here. Fade to, let's give it a little bit longer fade. Okay, so then we go to a word from our sponsor, and then we come back and we talk. Okay, so we're going to have a word from me, my sponsor, and then we're going to come back and talk about, I guess, topic number 2. And get into it for Old Humble After Dark. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, with a word from our sponsor. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to become a member and order our whiskey online at oldhumbledistilling.com. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I am the Old Humble Guy, and you are watching the Old Humble Distilling Company's Happy Hour program. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for your support. This program is brought to you, of course, by the Old Humble Distilling Company, which is why it's called the Old Humble Distilling Company's Happy Hour. Our happy hour is a discussion about various topics, and tonight's topic is whiskey age statements and music from the 90s. Don't forget to order your whiskey online today, oldhumbledistilling.com/shop online. You do have to be 21 to receive that whiskey, so don't think that you're going to be smart, Nathan, and order your whiskey and get away with it. Someone has to present ID when that whiskey is delivered. Also, you can become a member today for only $2 a month. Membership does have its privileges. At the end of the year, we will have gifts given to our members. So join up today. Thank you for joining the program. And now, back to the program, already in progress. Wow, that was fun. That was neat. And almost like it was almost like it was pre-recorded. If it wasn't live, you wouldn't know it. If I didn't say it was live, you wouldn't know it. It's almost like it was a pre-recorded message. Almost. How about that? So let's talk about topic number 2. Since I've got 2 topics teed up, I was going to talk about music from the 90s, and I decided to change the topic to an actual whiskey topic. We had 2 people tune in during the commercial, and they just bailed out. That was lame. Anyway, the original topic of the night, topic du jour? No, that's of the day. We already did this once. Topic of the night is topic du sweet? No, du noir, right? I can't remember. Can't remember what the French translation of the night. Hey Siri, translate of the night to French. Let's see what we get out of this. De la nuit. So it would be the topic du nuit as opposed to du jour. Okay, so the topic du nuit would be music from the 90s. And this came up the other day while I was at the distillery. Somebody asked me why I have my whiskey at 90 proof. I have my whiskey at 90 proof for 3 reasons. 1, I like my whiskey to be a little bit heavy weighted, but not so heavy weighted that it just tastes like alcohol. 2, when I put it on the rocks, I like my whiskey cool. I like my whiskey on the rocks. When I put it on the rocks, I don't like it to be watered down. I like it to taste like whiskey still. And 3, the 90s was the best decade period. So my little hat tip to the 90s, we do our whiskey at 90 proof. Now, that last one is kind of tongue in cheek, but also not entirely, because the 90s was better than your decade. It was better than the 60s. It was better than the 70s. It was better than the 80s. It was the culmination of all the progress that we had made from the 40s all the way up through to the 90s. It was it was a very democratic way of doing music. There was regional differences, regional variances of sounds. The best would flutter up to the top. It would float to the top, if you will. The worst would get ignored and tossed aside. There were so many one-hit wonders there were more one-hit wonders in the 90s than any other decade. And there's a reason for that. It's because bands were able to experiment and sounds were able to break through, and one good song could break through onto the national scene. And then that band would be famous for 3 months, and then they would just go away. And it was great. It was a great time to be alive. It was a great time to listen to music. It was a great time to be a band and be able to play and tour with major acts and kind of get your breakthrough moment and then kind of fade back into obscurity. And then you could say, yeah, we were a big thing in the 90s. But why was it a big deal? Why were the 90s such a great time for music? Well, glad you asked. I'm happy to tell you. The reason the 90s were such a great time for music was because it was a wide open channel for people to actually have music performing and being marketed. And I do have the Twidget on, so I can put up comments as they come along. But I'm going to let a few of them stack up before we go and address the comments. So get the comments flowing. I will address the comments and address the topics that come up and the questions that come up in comments. So do not be afraid to say something. I'm watching them come up over here on my left. So anyway, in the 40s, if you listen to music in the 30s and 40s, the music from the 30s and 40s were adults playing music for adults to listen to. It was chamber music. It was venue music. It was restaurant music. It was adults performing for adults. And this is key to key to the whole thing, because before the 1950s, we didn't have a teenage culture. Before the 1950s, before the end of World War II, when you turned 18, you were working on the farm, you were going to the factory, you were expected to be going to work. You weren't expected to go to college. You were going to war. I mean, Jesus, for 3 decades, when you turned 18, you were going into either World War One or World War Two, or I guess there was that brief period in between World War One and World War Two where nobody really went to war. But we had a standing army, and it was still music that was made by grown-ups for grown-ups all through the 20s. That's the kind of music that you had. Cheers, Dustin. Welcome to the party. And cheers, Marsha. Welcome to the party. But then you get the 30s, which is the Great Depression, and the 40s, which is World War II, and then going into the 50s. For the first time in the 1950s, you have this post-war culture of people who are going to college, and for the first time, as the 50s give way, you have a teenage culture. Granted, it's still grown-ups pandering to kids, but it's this first time that you have kids that are an important cohort of the population, because you have dad working, mom staying at home, and the kids for the first time actually watching TV and doing stuff with the radio. But then you get into the late 50s when you have your first kids getting cars. The car culture starts. The actual teenage, the early 60s, when you have actual teenagers in the 1960s, the early part of the 1960s was the first time you have kids making music for kids. Teenagers, 19, 20, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old, making music for each other for the first time in history. And the whole concept of leisure changes almost overnight, where you have a teenage culture in the 1960s. And as the 1960s wears on, that teenage culture grows up. The bands who made it out in the early part of the 60s, they get their sound kind of reformed and refined. And the later part of the 1960s, you have the rock and roll revolution. So then you get then you get rock and roll coming out in the late 1960s, and still it's early 20s, 20-somethings playing music for 20-somethings. These are kids playing music for kids. The sound of a generation for the first time. And then you move in the 1970s, where it starts to become more polished. The record companies are adopting these bands. They're adopting the groups. You have your first generation going on to their second and third albums. You have the second generation coming out with a more refined and a more broader bandwidth of music. You have the regional variations, and not just regional variations, but cultural variations coming in between white America, black America, gay America. You have different subcultures coming up through the musical scene, and towards the end of the 1970s, that black and gay subculture kind of comes together, and boom, you have disco. Fascinating time to be a part of the music scene. Fascinating time to be a student of the music scene. Of course, in the early 1980s, heterosexual white male America puts an end to the disco era, and disco ends like that. And when disco ends, the music companies don't have something to replace it with. And then you have yet another revolutionary explosion in the music industry, where you have heavy metal, hair bands, the alternative sound like Depeche Mode and all these other guys coming out. Just this kind of secondary revolution of music after the death of disco, which was a natural outcrop from the evolution through the 1970s. And a lot of the disco bands in the 1970s become hair metal bands in the early part of the 80s. Tight tights, bright clothes, big hair, lots of makeup. I mean, Jesus, even Kiss said out loud that they're a rock and roll, a heavy metal disco band. And all of that is just another evolution of the sound as it grows and develops, and it continues to go. And finally, you have a large enough industry in the 1990s that you have these broad regional distributions of sound. You have the Orlando boy bands, Philly, New York metal, Los Angeles metal, San Francisco kind of folk hippie sounds. You got the sounds coming out of Houston. You got the sounds coming out of Austin. The sounds coming out of Dallas. Sounds coming out of Nashville. Sounds coming out of Seattle. Sounds coming out of Oregon. Sounds coming out of Wisconsin, Minneapolis, Detroit, Nashville. I think I said Nashville. You got New Orleans. You got all these places with all their unique sounds and regional ownership of radio stations and all these cool sounds that are cropping up. And one band hits it. Their record label, or they start a new record label. Their record label starts an imprint. They collect up a bunch of other bands that have a similar sound from the same area, and boom, they have a regional record label, a regional independent record label, and it continues to grow like this. And you have this huge cornucopia of bands making single hits, one hit wonders, just blowing up, filling up the entire aperture of all of the radio stations, all the airwaves. And you get regional crossover from time to time. You get different sounds crossing over. You have ska, you have Motown Philly, you have just all kinds of different, unusual, interesting sounds that are mixing back and forth. There's no one particular sound that you can put your finger on and say, that's the sound of the 90s, because there's no one sound of the 90s. The 90s was just broad. I mean, you can go to Creedence Clearwater Revival and say, that's what the 70s sounds like. You can go to Saturday Night Live and say, that's what Saturday Night Fever, and say, that's what the early 80s sounded like. You can go to the Beatles and say that's what the 60s sounded like. You can go to a sound for a decade and easily pick out one or two bands and say that's what the sound. You can't do that for the 90s. The 90s had a larger variety of number one hits that had a shorter amount of time at the top of the charts. And some people could say that's because the music sucked. Other people would properly argue that that's because there was so much good music coming out in the 1990s that songs just couldn't stay at the top of the charts for very long, because another one was coming to knock it off the top of the charts in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And that's just how the 90s was. But then you get into the late part of the 90s and the Telecommunications Act that allowed for a consolidation of radio stations. And it basically put an end to all that. Because no longer did you have regional radio stations. You'd have single national radio stations owning more than 30% of the market. You have 60% of the market, 70% of the market, 80% of the market owned by individual corporations, and they would own radio stations between markets: Houston, Dallas, New Orleans, Shreveport, all the way across South. There'd be one corporation that owned 60% of the ears. Out on the other side, you'd have a different corporation that owns 60% of the ears. And that basically puts an end to regional sounds. It introduces national sounds, and not a bad thing, because you can have national super acts. But let's face it, it's a homogenization of the sound that you get to hear on the radio, and it allows for TV shows like The Voice and America's Got Talent and The Next Great Act, or whatever the hell these things are called, to basically find someone who can sing and turn them into a national act. Let's change your hair. Let's change your clothes. Let's change your style, and let's turn you into a national act, because now there's a formula. There's more of a formula now than there ever has been before. And what we're living in today is a time of national, of formulaic music. And there are performers who can transcend the formula. God bless them. We all know who they are. They're amazing. They're fun to listen to. They're terrific, but it's not the same. It's just not the same. And that's not nostalgia talking. It's empirically not the same. You have a flavor of the month that's basically hot pants and big tits. And, I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Britney Spears looked like Alanis Morissette, she wouldn't have a residency in Vegas right now. If Britney Spears wasn't willing to put on a red bodysuit or dress up like a stripper in a schoolgirl outfit, she would be waiting tables at IHOP. I mean, pretty girls with a voice that can be trained are a dime a dozen. She'd be singing in the choir at her church. If she looked like Alanis Morissette, Alanis Morissette has more talent in her left arm than Britney Spears has in her whole fucking body. If Britney Spears looked like Alanis Morissette, she'd be waiting tables at an IHOP and singing in her church choir. That's it. That's not a debatable point. It's a fact. I'm going to scroll up through chat real quick and see what we got over here. Like I said, I've done my homework and added the thing that I said I would add. Can I make that bigger? Nope, that's the wrong thing. My mouse is not properly functioning. Tater, dumb. There we go. There, make that a little bit bigger. Cheers, Dozer. Oh, you had a tumbler. I guess that's the tumbler glass emoji. Twidget does not like emojis, clearly. Who's next? Marsha is in the house. Where's Marsha? We're glad we're on your drinking too. Hey, it's happy hour, baby. Bring the chat. Come on. Top shelf Dustin. Yeah, the 90s are great unless you compare them to 80s, 70s, 60s. And even if you do compare them to the 80s and 70s, 60s, the 90s were better. They were just empirically better. There's more music to be had in the 90s than there was in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And it's better music than the 60s, 70s, and 80s. A more diverse offering of music. And also more of it. I will die on this hill without question. I will happy to do so. Music is best when you never see the artists. That's probably a really good observation. Is music best when you never see the artist? I mean, have you seen Mungo Jerry? That dude's ugly, but he's a fun singer. His music's fun. Yeah, I'm willing. I'll take it. I'll allow it. Yes, music's best when you never see the artist. We're living in the most diverse. I agree. I don't disagree with that statement that we are currently living in the most diverse era for music ever. But the problem with the most diverse music era that we're living in right now is you have to go find it. And that's the difference between what we live in now and what we had in the 1990s. What we have now is a cap on the music that we get that's part of pop culture. We have a cap on the music because there's this blanket of corporate ownership of the radio stations. There's this control of the radio stations that prevents the regional sounds and the local sounds from making their way through. So in order to hear the musician's music, you've got to go find their CDs. You've got to find them on Spotify. You've got to go out and actively seek it out and find it. I mean, in the 90s, you just hit a button and it was fed to your face and into your ears and your brain holes. It was just poured into you. And it was always there. It was always on in the background. It was always there. But now you have to, and fully admit, most people are lazy. I'm one of those people. But to go to a live venue, to listen to a band play, you hear them play on stage. The venues don't even charge cover charges because the bands don't know how to promote themselves. So you get to go to these places for free. The bands get paid with drink coupons and tips. And you go you get to listen to them play some of their music. You never heard of their music. They sell you a CD, but nobody has a CD player. If the bands were smart, they'd have little jump drives that you could buy off of them and then download their music from the jump drive. Or SD cards that you could just plug into your computer, download their music, and then listen to it in the background. But even then, most people, not all people, but most people, I mean, you listen to music from your phone. You don't listen to music in your car from a SD drive or a jump drive. That's just not how we get music delivered to us. Could you do that with your phone? Do like a QR code, get the music, send the music for a donation through a QR code, and then you have the music on your phone, but you'd still have to have it in an Apple format. How does that work? Have to have it in the Apple or Amazon, not Amazon, Android format for the music player. I guess you could do it like a podcast where you'd have the podcast be the episode of the podcast be your music. Nah, that wouldn't work. Anyway, there's ways to do it. You have Spotify doesn't pay artists shit. You got to listen to the music like 3,000 times for the guys to get like a buck, or not even a buck, like a dime. It's got to be, I think, 10,000 listens for them to get $1. I don't know. I used to know what those numbers are. I don't remember what they are, but it's the delivery systems that have been, back in the, and it's not the same now as it was in the 90s. The delivery systems in the 90s, they just fed you the music constantly. Of course, we also didn't have smartphones. We didn't have podcasts. We didn't have, I had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of songs in my library on my computer that I would just listen to, in the late 90s and early 2000s. I don't have that anymore. I have it. I had a briefcase full of CDs, but I don't think I've updated any of that stuff since, the third or fourth format change since CDs. I don't have the same music library that I had, because it's easy to go to Spotify. It's easy to go to Pandora. It's easy just to have, turn on YouTube and have a YouTube mix of songs that just craps out stuff that you can listen to. And you get a fairly wide variety that way too. But anyway, I don't want it to sound like I'm some old man who wants these kids to get off his damn lawn. I appreciate music today. I have friends that play music today, and I love listening. I love going to listen to them play and listen to them live. And if they had albums to sell, I would absolutely buy their CDs. But they don't sell CDs anymore. They have a merch table and it's T-shirts, but not, and stickers, but not their actual CD, their actual disc, their actual music. I've bought, I think in the last 10 years, I've bought a CD from JBZ, Folk Family Revival, and Omar and the FCs. Tomar and the FCs, not Omar. Sorry, Tomar and the FCs. 3 CDs from independent artists. Everything else, I just listen to it. I just get it and listen to it. And it's, you listen to it on Spotify, and but the other guys that I listen to, the other bands that I've said, shit, I can't even remember the names of the fucking groups. It's been so long since I've been out and had fun. Marshall or any of the groups that we had at the distillery, they never had any CDs. They've never had any CDs. Never had any music. They're all like, just listen to us on Spotify. Jake Bush. The names of the groups will come back to me. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've had these guys at the distillery. But anyway, where are we? Top Shelf Destin. Which one? Bands just have their QR code. Where are we at? This one. Next. Look, I've got the Twidget working for me. There's more accessible music made some years. They also have more accessible music made some years lately than all. And the caveat to this statement is, again, if you go out and seek it out. You have to go out and seek it out and find it. Record stores are dying. Best Buy used to sell CDs and CDs and tapes way back in the day. I don't know if they still do, because music is digitally delivered. The digital revolution damn near killed the music industry, and then the digital revolution, as opposed to what it's doing today, is damn near killing the artists themselves. Artists have, indie artists especially, they have a hard time breaking through, mostly because they don't know how to promote themselves, and that is a travesty in the industry. They need to learn how to promote themselves. Next, more Top Shelf. Dustin, 1990s. was spending like 2 hours to download a single song. You didn't download songs in the 1990s. You bought the CD and you ripped it off the CD. If you even bothered to rip it off the CD and make an MP3 out of it. I mean, Jesus, in the 1990s, I've got boxes of CDs over here in my on my shelf. I've got a box there, a box there. I've got 3 boxes of CDs and one of those little briefcase portfolio things that you open up and you have all the CDs in it. That's what we did. We'd have a visor clip that had a half dozen CDs on it, or the car. One of the first cars that me and my lovely wife owned had a 6-disc changer in the armrest, and we would listen to 6. We'd have 6 discs that we would have on a constant loop, on a constant shuffle inside the car. 2 of them were kid CDs because we had children at the time. Like little baby children. We still have children. They're just big kids now. You remember the 90s, radio sucked then, sucks now. It always sucks. So I will say this. Radio, the best radio in the 90s was still the oldies channel. I will say that out loud, unironically and unashamedly. Because they only played the hits from the 60s, right? And now the 1990s, the hits from the 60s, the classic rock station is now playing music that's 35 years old, which would be the 1990s. And they only play the good stuff. They don't play the crap that was the one hit, or some of the one hit wonders. They don't play some of the 2-hit wonders, the second hits from the 2-hit wonders. So there is that. There's a bias in music from the 90s because when it's 35 years old, you don't listen to the stuff that was garbage. And contemporary radio is always garbage because you're listening to the best stuff, and you're not just listening to the top 40, you're listening to the top like 150. So there's that as well. So there are caveats to be had. The past always has rose-colored glasses. But I'm talking about just the structure of the industry, the outcomes of the industry, the output of the industry, and how, like, even if today you have a wider variety, a wider diversity of music, that wider variety and wider diversity of music doesn't crack through to the national scene in the same way it did in the 1990s. You're not going to have a Nirvana cropping up in 2027 the way they did back in the 90s, because you don't have regional, unique, special sounds breaking through today like you did then. You're not going to have another act, another band, another performer like Nirvana. It's not going to happen because you have an industry gatekeeper, a national gatekeeping process to prevent new, unique, unusual sounds from regional preferences to break through. It is a homogenization on the national level of the music that we listen to. And it's because of national control of our radio stations. That's a little editorial statement, and I don't mind making that editorial statement. I'm happy to make it. But like I said, I'm willing to die on this hill. I have no problem with it. Next, bands just have their QR code. And you know, that would be the right way to market a band. You have a QR code, and then your album is on your website, your Squarespace website or whatever. And then your QR code, you're on stage and you have a QR code in front of you on stage. They want to buy the album, they can hit the QR code. There's your album, suggested donation, $8, whatever the donation is. I don't know. That would be a way to do it. That would absolutely be a way to do it. It's just a QR code to Spotify. It shouldn't be a QR code to Spotify. Spotify fucks bands all the time. I hate Spotify. What's an Apple? Shut up. Or SoundCloud. Bandcamp is another one that has low fees and high payout rates. It's actually a big one for Spotify or SoundCloud. Yeah. SoundCloud, Spotify, Bandcamp. There's a lot of services out there. Spotify is one of the I think it's one of the worst, honestly. but it's got the largest distribution. So to be fair, as a 40-year-old, you own one CD in your entire life. And you got a car in 2001. You just burned CDs off Kazan, Napster. Never once listened to. That's not good. Let's fix this. So it got cut off. Oh well, it got cut off. You never once listened to the radio. So I need to make that window a little bit larger. It looks. What if I made it wider? Nope, that doesn't do it. It just makes it bigger. Okay. So duly noted, I need to make this a little bit larger. Next up, isn't the whole idea of Spotify and the likes that they figure out what you like and find the music you'll... Yeah, it's part of the almighty algorithm. The almighty algorithm. Spotify is yet another tendril of the almighty algorithm. They know your search history. They know what you like. They know what you talk about. They know your Facebook history, your Twitter history, your YouTube searches. And they're like, this guy's gonna like this stuff. So if you do a random, and plus your Spotify searches, it is part and parcel of the almighty algorithm. They probably even know what you searched on Amazon and what movies you've watched. They go, well, if he likes these movies, then he's gonna like this music. Yes, almost certainly, the almighty algorithm is feeding you stuff that you want to hear. Making your listening experience customized and what's the word I'm looking for? Bespoke music listening experience. The almighty algorithm is a terrifying thing, and it is probably the primary. That's a whole nother topic to be discussed. It's probably why. One of the many, many, many reasons why we are such a polarized people, because we don't share the same information. We don't share the same entertainment. We don't share any of the same stuff. And it's frustrating because my news feed is not going to be the same as your news feed. My entertainment feed is not going to be the same as your entertainment feed. My YouTube front page is not going to be the same as your YouTube front page. Like nothing's going to be the same. Like not even headlines of the day, not even headlines for the same story. The same story is going to have a different headline for you and me because we have different algorithms feeding us stuff. These aren't like the old bulletin boards from, the 90s and early 2000s where it was just information being stuck up on a wall and you would get the whole feed for the entire day of everything everybody's posted in that particular channel in order from 12 midnight to 11:59 at the end of the day. We get what the algorithm wants us to hear and what the algorithm wants us to see. We are servants to the almighty algorithm. It is the matrix. Oh my God, that's a whole nother discussion to be had. A whole nother happy hour topic. Ugh. Makes me feel gross talking about it. Guess you're right. Napster and the like was late 1990s. It was IRC. Yeah. Napster almost killed the music industry because Sony was suing people for sharing music. Sony was going after people for sharing music. I mean, what we used to do is take a tape or a CD, copy it, and give it to someone else. But, if you do that digitally, if you do it 2 or 3 times, nobody gives a crap. But if you do it 1,000 times, now all of a sudden Sony gives a crap. It's just like making bootleg liquor. Nobody cares if you make 5 bottles a year. That's not a big deal. Or, shoplifting. Nobody cares if you take an apple. But if you take if you make 500 gallons a month, if you're stealing a fucking TV every day, yeah, the stores want to know. The stores give a shit. The stores are going to find you, track you down, cut your feet off, and string you up. Probably not that drastic, but Napster was a very effective and very efficient method of swapping music. You'd rip songs off of a CD, put it into MP3 format, upload it to Napster, and then I think that's how I got my first Kid Rock CD. As I went to Napster and downloaded the entire Kid Rock CD, because I liked American Gangster. It was American. Gangster. Yeah, I think it was American Gangster. I think that was the song that I was looking for. So I downloaded the whole fucking CD. I'm like, this is cool. I think that was one of 3 CDs that I downloaded that whole decade until Napster went out of business, because it felt a little bit criminal. It did. It felt a little bit black markety. It was not the same as calling up a friend who I knew had the CD and asking if I could rip that CD onto a tape. Memorex tapes, BSAF, Memorex, 3M. Those were all companies that made videotapes and audio tapes that you could rip. We had boom boxes that had a CD player on top and dual tape decks, so you could play from one tape and record to the other tape, or play the CD and record to the tape. I mean, the industry was built in a way that encouraged you to steal music on a personal level for as long as as I've been alive. But as soon as you started doing it online, now Sony is suing people for $50,000 and $60,000 because you copied music from a CD and you shared it onto Napster. That was literally killing the industry. People were freaking out about it. Sony was getting all kinds of reputational damage over this shit. Napster was a thing. Napster was a whole fucking thing. They still exist from what I understand, but they're like a properly licensed service now. Gutters Pub is in the house. Cheers, Gutters Pub. Welcome to the party. Glad to also, by the way, I didn't mention this before, but super chats, if you want your chat to come up before any of these others, if you want to move to the front of the line, super chats, I see it pop up over here on my left on my chat screen. So I'll those will obviously move to the front of the line. And I am going to do at some point what is that? OBS? This one. I am going to do a show that I'm going to call the $15 show. When we get within $15 of my next payment from YouTube, I'm going to do the $15 show where I'm not going to do like any chat unless, like, the whole goal is going to be raise $15 for the show. So fair warning. Fair warning. That should be coming in the next couple of weeks. I think I'm at like $82. And once I get up to 85, I'm going to do the $15 chat show. And it's probably it might be a trivia show. Speaking of which, trivia is on Thursday nights. So y'all can join in for trivia on Thursday nights. And I found out that I can do the trivia fully automated. So I might just do an hour-long trivia show between like 12 and 1 one day and just let it run. And I'll go to bed and AI will be the host of the show. I want to see how that runs. Because I know I've done those stupid cookie clicker, clickbait shows where I let the cookie clicker run for like 6 hours or whatever. Man, those fucking programs are full of viruses. But anyway, on to the next chat. 2 geriatric 70-year-olds are blowing up doing rap via TikTok and YouTube. Is that those guys, the Northern Boys? Is that those dudes, or is it the other guys from the same studio? Pete and Boz. Isn't that Pete and Boz? Those dudes. And that seems to be the formula for bands to break through. They develop a following on YouTube or TikTok. Jesus, even Beyonce's that shitty country album that she did. She dropped the first single off that album with the Super Bowl. And then there was a dance to her single within like 15 seconds of it dropping. And the single blows up on TikTok, and then it gets residual explosion. I mean, of course, she's Beyonce. She doesn't need TikTok explosion. But the residual blow up from TikTok back to Spotify and whatnot. But that's how you make money on Spotify. You get 1 million downloads from Spotify. It's just not for mortals, it's not easy to second drink of the night. Old Humble Distilling Company's Double Oak Rye. Award-winning Double Oak Rye, by the way. Won a gold medal this last week at the Highland Games. The Highland Games here in Humble, the Houston Highland Games Association, Double Oak Rye and Boomtown Bourbon both won gold medals. So we are a double gold medal winning whiskey distillery. I'm very proud of that. Very excited about that. First gold medal that my Boomtown Bourbon and Double Oak Rye have won. I'm very excited about that. Very, very fucking excited about that. Anyway, but that seems to be the formula. That seems to be the formula for comedians. That's the formula for bands. I don't know if that's the formula for whiskey distilleries. But there's got to be, oh, hey, Soldier Girl. What's up? How you doing, girl? But that seems to be the formula. You know, there's this, the guerrilla marketing techniques, whatever, where you blow up and you can't, in the words of Billy Bean, we're not the Yankees. We can't win by playing the game that the Yankees play. We need to play a different game. We need to play smarter. We need to look for advantages in ways that we can't pay for. And that seems to be the formula for bands. But even still, bands, the risk for a band or for a performer blowing up over one line in a song, they asked me how I did it. I just did it. It was hard. Or don't ask me how I did it. I just did it. It was hard. Can you imagine being that dude selling out a performance and everybody at the club or the bar or whatever is sitting there waiting for you to say the line. Say the line. Say the line. They don't know what song it's a part of. They don't know what CD it's on. They don't know anything about it. They just want you to say the line. And it reminds me of that episode of The Simpsons where Bart stumbles onto the stage at the Krusty the Clown show, knocks something over, everything goes to shit, and the camera's going him, the spotlight's going him, and he looks up and goes, "I didn't do it." And everybody cracks up. He has the one line and the merchandise, the "I didn't do it" kid. He's doing it. They're all looking at him in class the next week. They're all looking at him. They're all looking at him. They're all looking at him. And he says, "What?" And Miss Krabappel says, "Just say the line. I didn't do it." And everybody starts laughing. And then, poof, 2 weeks later, it's gone. Whatever happened to that dude? Don't ask me how I did it. I just did it. It was hard. Whatever happened to that dude? That line from his song blew up. 1 million downloads. 1 million repurposes. 1 million uses of that sound. Whatever happened to that dude? What happened to him? Julie Nolke. She was one who had one video that blew up on YouTube. Future me talking to past me about the pandemic or something like that. She blew up, but she also had talent. She was an actual actress. She had real talent. She was able to capitalize on that viral sensation, the viral meme of a video, whatever. But again, it seems to be the pattern. It seems to be the formula where you as a performer blow up online. You get your shorts, you get your reels, you get your TikToks, you get your little clips from your stand-up act, you get your little clips from your music performance, whatever. If it's a musical performance, you get some influencers to do a dance with your sound. If you're a comedian, then you're doing your crowd work or whatever. Unless you're Matt Rife, and then you fucking shoot yourself in the balls because you want the frat bros to love you and you don't want to be You don't want to be popular among the girls. But it's like it's like that's the formula. You blow up on the TikToks, the YouTubes, the Reels, the Instagrams, whatever, and then you try to translate. You try to capitalize that on the viral media and translate that into actual monetizable success. And there's a lot of people, and that's been, for the last 5 years, I've watched it happen. Where hell, a buddy of mine had a video blow up. It was like his third video that he did. His son did a little demo with a raven. His video just took off, 100,000 views. He went from 6 subscribers to like 9,000 subscribers over the course of a week. 100,000 views with the video. And you know what he did after that? Nothing. Because, it was a very niche market of raven falconry videos and doing falconry stuff. And he wasn't like trying to be a YouTube sensation. He has a real business that he runs. It's just not a thing. And, it didn't have a huge market online. So he wasn't able to capitalize on it. And he wasn't monetized at the time either. It was literally lightning in a bottle. But then there's been other people who have hit that viral buzz and been able to parlay that into real monetizable success online. Julie Nolte being one of them. I find her to be hilarious and super duper talented. In my personal opinion, I think she's super duper talented. There's been bands that I've seen it happen. They've been able to monetize that and capitalize on it, and they've become regional touring sensations, which is really cool to see that happen. Mostly I've seen it happen with comedians. 4 comedians that I personally know here in Houston have worked on tapping that formula in order to grow from a minor touring comedian, a professional comedian, if you will, that would basically go the circuit between Houston, Austin, Dallas, Shreveport, and New Orleans, which is a circuit of comedy shows. And sometimes you could make your way up into Tulsa and Oklahoma City. But that was basically the circuit. And then they'd jump over to Memphis every once in a while and come back, El Paso every once in a while. There were some satellite shows you could do. But anyway, they're working on tapping that specific formula where they get their shorts out, their reels out. You pay a venue $15,000 to do a show. You sell tickets, recoup half of that, record your 1-hour special, send it out to Amazon Prime or Netflix or premiere it on your YouTube channel. You get your YouTube channel monetized, premiere it on your YouTube channel, advertise the shit out of it, make half your money back on your premiere on the YouTube channel, and you keep making money off of it. That's the formula. And I've watched it happen, and I love these guys to death for it. I'm super duper proud of them. But that's not how it was in the 1990s. You couldn't do that in the 90s. In the 90s, you would perform the shit out of your shows. You would tour between stages in your particular region. You would sell your CDs. You would sell your albums. You would sell your T-shirts. You would sell your merch, and you'd bring your music to the people. You didn't have social media at the time, so you'd have to do paid performances. $5 a ticket. Come to the door, $5 a ticket, pay your performance. You get a little bit of local notoriety. You get local airplay. People would like to hear you, like listening to you on the radio, and then you'd be able to cross over from one market to the next. When you could cross over from one market, when you go from the Houston market to the San Antonio market, and the San Antonio market to the Texas market get to carry it over to the Southeast market. Oh my God. Then you've blown up. You've gotten outside of your home market. You've blown up outside of your home market. And then you start making the rotation. Then your tour leaves Texas and your tour goes into Louisiana. You make a Southeast tour. And then everybody wants a piece of it. They want a piece. They want a piece. They want a piece. They want a piece. And then you blow up in the international act for about 6 months. And then you go away. Welcome to the 1990s. I guess in that sense, the 1990s isn't too drastically different from the current decades we're living in now. It's just we don't get to hear about it on the radio. It's all getting filtered through social media, and you're not being able to hear the full sound that these bands make. I think of Smash Mouth and their second album, I think it was, where they had one hit. What was that hit? It was no, that wasn't Smash Mouth. That was was it All Star? That it was the one hit that sounded like it was a ska sound, and the rest of the album was garbage. Something else entirely. It's like, we're going to produce one hit, and they produced one hit off that album. I can't remember what that was. I'm sure the hive mind knows better than me. Anyway, onward, we shall continue. Where are we at? Napster wasn't just about sharing. It was about people finding music. Yeah, you're right. Napster was very much about finding music too. Very much about. I wonder if I can turn this upside down. If I like that better. Do I like that better? No, I don't. Back up where you were. I like having it below my chin. I think I like that better. You're right. Napster was very much about finding new and different music, but not having it fed to you. You had to go out and find it. That was what was cool about Napster. Also cool about Napster. Soldier Girl's in the house. Cheers, Soldier Girl. Welcome to the party. There are three people in Washington that I want to go. 3 people in the Northwest that I want to go visit. If I'm ever up in the Northwest, there are specifically 3 people that I want to go visit. Soldier Girl, you are one of those people. Yeah. I think that's the least creepy way that I can say I would love to meet you face to face one day. Because, I mean, I'm an old man. How are you, Soldier Girl? It's good to have you in the party. I've got comments that I can put on screen now. This is cool. I like this. I like to be able to do what I'm doing. This is neat. I'm going to make my logo a little bit bigger since it's the only thing in the dark over here. I'm going to make this also a little bit bigger. There might be more people in the Pacific Northwest that I want to go visit, but that's I can think of 3 off the top of my head. And if you're in the north, if there are more than that, it's because I don't know that you're in the Northwest. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Okay. Onward. You're here to support me always. Thank you, Soldier Girl. Without making it creepy, you are one of my favorite people. Onward we go. Speaking of downloads, getting season 5 of Yellowstone from Pirate Bay. I have heard Pirate Bay. I've heard of that, but I'm not intimately familiar with Pirate Bay. Pete and Boz was who you're talking about, but the Northern Boys doing well too. Yeah, Pete and Boz. I'm like, every time I watch those guys or the Northern Boys, I can't help but wonder: are they actually fucking? Is that really them? So for those of you who don't know, my pandemic studio where I do my work, where I've done my work since 2020. This is my primary office for my distillery and also my primary studio for my YouTube channel. It is underneath my kid's room. Like my 13-year-old is in the room above me. My 18-year-old is in the room back here behind me. And my other 18-year-old was in the room way over there. He's going to be graduating from boot camp in about 2 weeks. I'm super duper excited to go up to Fort Sill to see him. But at this hour of the night, which is almost midnight, is 10 minutes to midnight. It is. I'm hearing noises in my fucking house. I know I have a cat outside, but I'm hearing noises just up there. And I know he's not like walking around and doing stuff, but I just hear noises. You know what I mean? He's like rolling around, and I hear the bed tumbling back and forth as he rolls and shifts in his bed. Good night, Soldier Girl. Love you bunches. I will. One of these days we will meet face to face, and I hope that I am not a complete and total disappointment when we do meet face to face. I'm looking so much forward to making my way out to the Northwest sometime very soon in the next 3 years, which sounds like eternity, but in the next 3 years. I was hoping to actually make it out next summer. Fingers crossed, business will be good enough that I'll be able to do it. But get a good night. Love you bunches. See you. I might even see you Friday for the Apocalypse Into the World report, whatever the fuck Bacon does. Anyway, cheers. Next up, the Northern. I always wonder if that's actually them performing and them singing. It seems like it should be. It sounds like it is. I think it's them. They got a hell of an act. Those guys crack me up. I love them. I love them to death. Matt Rife's issue is, yeah. Matt Rife is... He does good crowd work. And he's witty, but I'm not convinced he's funny. And that's a big difference between being witty and being funny. I can be witty, but I'm not a funny comedian. I can be witty, but I'm not funny. I know my limits. I'm not good at stand-up. All Smash Mouth ever did was All-Star. They had other hits. I can't think of any other hits. But they were a thing for a while. They didn't just do All-Star. Anyway, whatever. Didn't they do Walking on the Sun? Wasn't that them? Yeah, anyway. Cheers, Sunflowers. Welcome to the party. Glad to have you in town at the Old Humble Distilling Company's happy hour, salutes, and all that. Yeah. Yum. Next up. Much Love Gotta Run by Soldier Girl. We'll see you soon. One of these days I'm going to make it up to them. It's just beautiful country up there too. With the, I should probably do a border on my logo. I used to have the spinning logos, but when my computer crashed, I lost my spinning logos. I can rebuild them, recreate them, but I need to do something with, look at my finger. You see that? That's my finger perfectly straight. It's got a hook to the end now. See? That one's perfectly straight. This one, when I hold it out straight, it kind of hooks. Like, what the hell? Anyway, but I think I should, I don't know, maybe put a white border around it. Do a highlight, like a spotlight on it or something. I don't know. I need to do something about that. It's neat looking, but I'm not, I don't know. Anyway, what are we talking about? Always welcome here. I am. I think you mean. Are you talking about her being welcome? Whatever. I'm welcome wherever I want to be. Come to Illinois. I have been to Illinois. I haven't been to Illinois in a long time. I had clients up in Illinois, and I would go visit them. I like Chicago. I love that city. I was very disappointed that I didn't get murdered when I went to Chicago. I was told that I would be murdered when I went to Chicago, and I didn't get murdered, not even once. And I tried. I walked all through that city at night. I walked from my hotel to a bar at 10 o'clock at night, and then I walked from the bar to another bar at about 11:30, and then I walked from that bar back to my hotel at around 2 in the morning. And I didn't even have somebody offer to murder me. They asked me politely, "Would you like to get murdered?" Nothing happened. Nothing happened at all. I was so disappointed. I wanted to see at least a gang fight. There wasn't one of those. I wanted to see a gang initiation. There wasn't one of those. I tried really hard to get murdered, but it just didn't happen. Maybe next time. So there's that. Gotta run. Much love, respect. Blah, blah, blah. read this one. 100-point saluting face. Roger that, sweetheart. I will see you probably Friday. Pete and Boz voice it, don't write it, and it's heavily produced and edited. Yeah, that's kind of when I watch it, that's kind of the feel I get. It's heavily produced, heavily edited. But those guys, they're so fucking entertaining. They're so much fun. I don't give a shit who sings it. They could be the Milli Vanilli of old man rap. I'm happy to watch it. I'm happy. Like, I love this microphone. I really do. Like, it feels like, one of those old timey. Anyway, I like Pete and Boz. I like them a lot. I like the Northern Boys a lot. They just make me smile. Nine and Dax. The masterminds are Nine and Dax who've started their own music. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know who Nine and Dax are. Some Brits, no doubt. But that's interesting. I need to make that. Okay, I'm going to make this bigger. I'm going to do it right now. Properties. Height. I'm going to make this height 115. Did that do it? Yeah, there we go. Added a whole nother line to it. Look at that. Of course, I'm going to need to now shrink it, because I can't have it cutting my head off. I'm going to move it over here. Yeah, that works. No, I want to keep it over here. Yeah. That's good. Happy. It cuts off my logo above my head, but at least I have the logo over here, so that's cool. Because this is like basic advertising for my company, and if I can't have my logo on screen, then why should I even fucking do it, right? While we're at it, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. And if you want to have our whiskey delivered to your home, oldhumbledistilling.com/shop-online, or just go to oldhumbledistilling.com and hit the shop online button. That'll bring you to our price listing and info about our whiskeys. It is delicious. I wouldn't promote it if it wasn't. I have some pride. Onward we go. Next up, and by the way, Top Shelf Dustin, thank you very much. You're carrying a lot of the weight in chat. Not like these other lamos. You're carrying a lot of the weight. I appreciate it. All comics do good crowd work. It's kind of the lowest form. You're right. I've watched his live. It was his special. It was not funny. It was bad. He could have done so much better. And after I watched that live, when I thought about it, it occurred to me that I've never seen his actual jokes. All I ever saw was his crowd work. That's all he ever did on the socials, at least. But I never actually saw one of his written jokes. And the best comedians that I know, they fucking write. They're writing all the time. They write stuff and they craft it and they recraft it and they bring it to the workshop and they're workshopping it. It is more than just a skill. It is a talent that gets honed and honed and honed in the same way that you hone your accounting skill. It's a skill that gets honed. It's a talent that's inherent, but you can take that talent and hone that talent. Slade Ham, one of my buddies who is a comedian, says basically his job is telling stories to strangers and making them laugh. That's his job. His job is to go into a room full of strangers and tell them stories in a way that will make them laugh. And it is one of the hardest jobs on the planet. And I absolutely appreciate the craft and the artisanship and the art that they do. Not everyone can be a comedian. Everyone can make their friends laugh, but not everyone can be a comedian. You cannot just go into a room of random strangers and make them laugh. It is so fucking hard to do. And it pisses me off when they went during the pandemic, when people were like, posting that fucking meme up that said, the essential people in our economy are the teachers and firefighters. Nobody's saying entertainers are essential or something to that effect. And I'm like, motherfucker, you are here on a platform that highlights professional entertainers. You are watching hours and hours and hours of TV that are filled with professional entertainers. You are listening to music that is made by professional entertainers. You know who can put out a fire? Any motherfucker with a bucket. You know who can amputate a leg? Any motherfucker with an axe. But to make you laugh, to make you feel things that you didn't expect to feel, to make you hear sounds that you weren't expecting to hear, to make you experience things that you've never experienced before in your life, that takes a level of skill that mortals don't have. That is an inherent raw talent that gets practiced and honed. And you write it and you rewrite it and you rewrite it. And it's all about the delivery and the timing. See what I did there? It's all about the delivery and the timing and the way it's said and how it's said and who it's said to. Any chuckle fuck that sits there and says, oh, you can't say the jokes today that you used to be able to say 25 years ago, they're fucking wrong. You can absolutely make jokes like you made 25 years ago. You might not be able to, Jerry, because you are not funny anymore. You were funny in the 90s, but you're not funny now because you didn't adapt, you didn't evolve, you're not as nimble as you thought you were. You're old. Time's passed you up. You don't experience things the way you used to because you're fucking rich and you sit behind your big fancy wall and your big fancy mansion and your big fancy cars and nobody relates to you anymore. You used to be relatable, but you're not relatable anymore. Being a multimillionaire does that to you. But if you can't do it anymore, well, you retire. But you know who can still do it? Fucking Carrot Top with his fucking prop comedy from the 1940s. That son of a bitch has a show in Vegas. Prop comedy. Are you fucking kidding me? That Russian dude is doing shows in Branson. The same show that he did in 1984 talking about in Russia, the police, you question police or whatever. I don't even know how he fucking makes his jokes anymore. In America, you question police. In Russia, police question you or whatever. That's not funny. But that's his fucking whole Yakov Smirnoff. That's the dude. He's still doing the same jokes that he's been doing for 30 years. Jerry Seinfeld can't make a fucking joke in 2024. It's because you're not funny, Jerry. Jerry, you're not fucking funny. I mean, what's his face? Michael Kramer. Kramer gets booed off the stage because he starts using racial slurs against people in the audience because they were heckling him. And he has never worked again a day in his fucking life. Michael, what's his name? Anyway, but yeah, I mean, you can absolutely be not funny anymore because you were not good enough to adapt to the times. Huh. And Matt Rife is one of those guys, I think. He's just not good at his art. He's good at crowd work, but he's not good at his art. Anyway, on we go. But there's a lot of comedians that aren't good at their art. They're good for a small room. They're not good for an arena. Or they're not good for a theater. You know, it's one thing to be funny to 100 people. It's another thing to be funny to 1,000 people and 10,000 people. I was in the theater for one prominent conservative comedian. She was a female comedian. Used to be funny. in the 1990s, she was funny. She had a hit TV show in the 1990s. Very popular TV show. Touched on all kinds of cultural issues in the 90s. The show goes off the air, comes back. She said some shit. She gets killed off of her own show. Tried to blame it on Ambien. Ambien doesn't make you a racist. You're a racist already. But then she became really unfunny because she was all grievance filled and unfunny. But here's the thing. They paid us to be in the audience. She's so unfunny. So unfunny. When they filmed her special here in Houston, they paid people $75 to show up to the show and sit through her unfunny jokes. Some of us applauded. Some of us didn't feel the need to. But that $75 certainly paid for 4 drinks for me and my date and 2 meals. It was a hell of a night. It was a good night. Paid for parking, 4 drinks, and 2 meals. We had a good time. We had a really good time. And if sitting through an unfunny comedian is what it takes to have that kind of a good time, I'm down for it. But Jesus Christ, her jokes were not fun. And it's one of those deals where it's like, you're either good at your craft or you're not. And you've either worked to cultivate a broad audience or you've decided to go all in on a very narrow, specific audience when you could just sit there in front of your lily white crowd and go, black people, am I right? And everybody will laugh because they know what you're talking about. It's just like, Jesus. Anyway, where are we at? Let's go on with more chat. I'm rambling. Let's go. I don't even know what the fucking point of that particular, all comics do crowd orgs. It's the lowest form. Okay. Yeah, that's where we're at. Okay. On we go. Paul Dunecat says, I get murdered every fortnight. Apparently it just happens. Maybe that's what it was. I didn't spend enough time in, Chicago to get murdered. I was just there for like 3 nights, so I didn't actually get enough time on the street. To be fair, I wasn't even there long enough to go see the Bean. I wanted to go see the Bean and flick it. When you're in Chicago, you gotta flick the Bean. And I was not there. We have a companion Bean here in Houston, and I have flicked the Bean in Houston, but I have not been to the Bean in Chicago to flick the Bean in Chicago. I intend to one of these days flick the Bean. Sunflowers wants to see the Pacific Northwest. I assume that's what that means. I want to see the Pacific Northwest too. I want to go where the tall trees are. I hear it's magical. Did you see the Pete and Boss remix featuring T-Pain? I did not see the Pete and Boss remix featuring T-Pain. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to go check it out. Pete and Boss featuring T-Pain. Let me, excuse me, 1 second. Pete and Boss featuring T-Pain. I need to add a screen on my OBS platform to allow me to go to videos. Although I worry that if I go to a YouTube video with licensed content, my show will be taken down. I worry about that a lot. Come to Illinois to meet you. I intend to. Sunflowers. I intend to get to Illinois to meet you at some point in the very, 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 very near future. To be fair, the Netflix special was, to be fair, Letterkenny for the win, thank you, was much worse than some of his other stuff. It was him trying to be a bro and that he isn't a bro. He's basically a loser who was born pretty. Was he born pretty? I mean, that was part of the controversy. Was he born pretty or was he made pretty? Because I question whether, like I've seen before and after. I remember the before and after pictures of Matt Rife before the special, after the special, where his jawline was more pronounced, where he had a chin. The chin dimple was more pronounced. I mean, I got no problem with a man getting work done on his face to look more jawbony or whatever. But was he born pretty? Because he was already pretty. But was he born pretty or was he made pretty? Because he looked a lot prettier. He looks a lot prettier now than he did then. Did he just grow up? Do guys mature after their 20s? I mean, I've got a nice strong jawbone, but it's kind of gotten covered up by a little bit of fat from my old age. I mean, I just wonder. I'm not saying he did it. I'm just asking the question. There's credible accusations is all I'm saying. Credible accusations. Anyway, on we go. Don't know who that is. Yeah. Give me a saw. Give me a saw and a cat. I'll get you sounds you've never. Jesus Christ. I have 2 cats living in this house. I've heard some fucking sounds. Anyway. Next. Onward. Pretty Boy Comics. Just funny enough. The girls want to hear him laugh. He blew up when he was like hitting on some chick's mom or something like that. The video that blew him up, it was like the hot mom and the daughter. And then the next show, she brought him cookies or some shit. And that was when I remember him blowing up. That was like he went from nobody to Matt Rife. And then all of a sudden it's $800 to get a ticket to a show, and he has a national. This was a dude who full on capitalized on his social media notoriety. He full on went from nobody to Matt fucking Rife, and then he scheduled what was it? 300 a 300-day road trip or something like that, where he did shows all across the country, and the shows are going from $100 to $800 for a ticket. Like, he fucking blew up, right? Like, and that was just last year. He scheduled something like 300 dates on the road as a roadie for a tour, which is insane to be on the road for 300 days. But if you're young and you don't have if you can break your lease and get a touring commission or whatever and make however much, I mean, Jesus, that could make your fucking career, man. If you told me I had to work 300 consecutive days, but in exchange for those 300 consecutive days, not a day off at all, in exchange for those 300 consecutive days, I would make $1 million. I would absolutely give you 300 consecutive days of the best fucking work of my life. And at the end of 300 days, I would still probably have $800,000 in the bank, and I may not have to work another fucking day for the rest of my life. That's worth it. If you're smart with your money and you have $800,000 in the bank, if you're a poor person and you have $800,000 in the bank and you live like a poor person, I mean, Jesus Christ, live like a middle income person. You put that money in I'm pretty sure you can put that money in 90-day CDs and just let them roll over and live off the interest on a 90-day CD for $800,000. That'd be a $30,000, $40,000 existence, right? What was a 90-day CD run? 3%? Let's see, 3%, $800,000 times 3% is $24,000 a year. If you can't live off $24,000 a year, assuming you have no debt, assuming you have no house payment, you own your car or your RV that you've been traveling the country in, I'm pretty sure you could live the rest of your life on $24,000. If your gas bill is like $400 a month, no, that wouldn't be $400 a month. Your gas, I mean, you could make a gas bill for it. You don't have to drive every fucking day. in an RV if you have no job. Let's say your gas bill is $500. Let's say your gas bill is $500 a month. You live in your RV. You stay at a KOA or you bounce between KOAs. Your KOA charge for the month is $400. The rental at the KOA. You get tired of that KOA, you drive to another one. I mean, Jesus Christ. If you can't live off $24,000 a year, I mean, that by itself, you've got another $1,000 a month left over after you pay for gas and KOAs. And you got no expenses. You got no bills to pay. The only bill you have to pay is your cell phone. I mean, you may want more than $800,000 in the bank. Maybe call it and you may want better investments than just a CD. I'm talking about just putting your money in a 90-day rollover CD forever. I mean, Jesus Christ, put your money in a basic S&P fund, or dividend-bearing fund that you get 4% a year off of. I mean, God, it's not hard to live off that. I mean, there are people in chat right now who could help you with your investments if you have $1 million and never want to work again for the rest of your life. I mean, you're not going to have anything left over when you die because you're going to get sick and it's going to go, one heart attack takes all of that away like that. But still, good health insurance, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Good health insurance, you'll be okay. Anyway, onward. Next. Where was I? Just a girl want to make him laugh. Next. And does great crowd work, which goes viral. Yep. 75 would, I promise you, dude, I did not pay a penny for that night. $75 got me 2 meals, two drinks before the show, 2 drinks after the show. Me and my lovely wife. We drank water during our meal because we always drink water when we're out. We don't drink Coke or anything like that. But yeah, we had a nice meal across the street from the theater, which was about $50. 2 drinks, which were, it was happy hour drinks. So they're $5 each. And then after the show, we had 2 drinks, which were $7 each. So 10, 14, it didn't cover the tip. I did shell out a little bit extra cash for the tip. I think our total for the night was like $80, $90. But, it paid for dinner, it paid for the drinks. I paid for the tips. It was a good night. It was a very good night. And Roseanne Barr is tragically unfunny. Those 2 statements are not necessarily interconnected. Let's leave it at that. You never saw me as a bean flicker. Really? Hey, black people. My God. Does this flash when I tap it? Nope. What was going on? Okay. Anyway. Oh, Lord. Pete and Boss did a song called T-Pain, and they opened a verse challenge. I remember seeing the verse challenge on the shorts. I don't do a TikTok anymore. I think I still have an account. I just don't do TikTok. And then T-Pain hopped on, so they did a remix. I remember seeing the verse challenge with Pete and Boss. I don't remember seeing the results of the verse challenge, but I remember seeing the verse challenge. Can I do that? Yeah, that works. Onward. Next up. How do you make a guy pretty? He's got a jawline, curly hair. His lips are lush. Dude, I think you're describing how you make a guy pretty. Jesus Christ. He's got a jawline. He's got lush lips. He's got curly hair. He might have done some stuff to help, but he's more or less always looked like a pretty boy. But I really do think, I don't know. Everything just seems more pronounced in the last, since he blew up and went viral and did his special and all that stuff. There's distinct before and after photos that he just looks different. And I don't know how it's done, but plastic surgeons are fucking magicians who can do this shit. He denies it, but it's hard to look at a guy. I mean, maybe he just grew up. Maybe he just matured. Maybe that's the difference between 18 and 22. But, I've never seen guys get prettier the older they get. They get like I mean, they get more distinguished, but they don't get prettier. Anyway, on we go. People are saying it. Yeah, that doesn't even warrant a response. You know more about him than me. I just heard a few of his stand-ups while working from home. Hey, I mean, I've seen hardly anything from him in 3 years. I just saw him showing back up again on the socials the last couple of months. I mean, he completely vanished for, no, I guess it's been about a year. He's completely vanished for about a year since the special came out. But I've just seen him start showing. Maybe it's because, he sold out his tour and he didn't have to do the social media thing anymore. And then, I mean, I don't know. But mad props to him. Like I said, if you offered me 300 consecutive days of work and $1 million to do it, I would fucking do it in a heartbeat. And I'm pretty sure he's made more than $1 million off of his 300-day tour. He's been working. Dude has been working. I assume he has been workshopping his jokes and improving his act and getting better at what he does. Maybe he doesn't have to. Maybe he's working on a TV program. Maybe he's working on a creative. I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of Matt Rife's life. And quite frankly, I don't care. But I also know that if anybody else was in the same position he was, they would abso-fucking-lutely capitalize it. Look at Haley, what's her face? The Haktua chick. She is completely and totally taking advantage of her one viral moment. And growing that into a media entertainment empire. She's young, she's smart, she's pretty, she's entertaining. Good for her. Do it. Fucking grab that golden ring and run with it. This is the world we live in. You live in a fucking world where one viral meme can make you a multimillionaire. She is in the early stages of developing that, and not just developing it as a one-hit wonder, but developing it as a full media empire. The Matt Rifes and Haley, Haley Welsh, that's her name, Haley Welsh. The Haley Welsh of the world can fucking get it, and they should absolutely get it. She's pretty enough. She's not going to have to work like a man. He's pretty enough. He's not going to have to work like a man. But the rest of us, I mean, we got to work. We got to fucking do it. You put in the hours, you put in the time, you put in the grind, and you go for it. You absolutely go for it. I'm a big fan. Do it. Grab the ring, run with it. Make it work. He had a buddy make $1 million from his company going public. He's not worked since. I am looking forward to being that buddy as well. And Carrot Top sucks. I don't disagree with that either. I've never been a fan. I think he's but he is iconic. You can't disagree with the fact that he's iconic. You may not like his prop comedy, but he has turned it into a whole fucking institution. Next up, $24,000 a year wouldn't cover your whiskey spending. It would if all you made was $24,000 a year. But I think you're smart enough that with investments, you'd figure out a way to turn $800,000 into more than $24,000 a year. Say the name. It's Roseanne. Okay, fine. It's Roseanne. She's an unfunny, tragically unfunny has been, and it's absolutely pathetic. Her whole fucking her stand-up act was so tragically unfunny, and for some reason, this particular genre of entertainers thinks that the "my pronouns are kiss my ass" is a funny joke. It's not. It's never been funny. It's not clever. It's not even witty. It's just like none of that's a pronoun. Like it just, she made a joke about using her AR-15 to mow down 25 deer that were munching on the grass in her yard in Austin. It's like, That's not funny. It's not remotely funny. I mean, go for it, but whatever. It's just, yeah. Her kids suck. Her kids suck. They want stuff. She's not going to give it to them, except for one who doesn't want anything. And it's just like, Jesus Christ. This is just her bitching and moaning about her shitty parenting. God. And it just didn't stop. And it kept going and kept going and kept going. Ugh. Anyway. Don't watch the special if you get it for free. I got paid to watch it. So there you go. Sad thing is the remake of Roseanne. My God, it was bad. I never watched the Connors. I never watched the remake. So I'll take your word for it. Instead of her racist stuff, they decided to be weirdly overly liberal and not organically, but like forced and the least funny. And yeah, see, and that's the thing. Like in the 90s, the Roseanne show in the 90s was like just normal people doing normal shit. And it was like moderate, conservative, moderate, like right of center, like normal American shit, like just right of center. You know, it's like, we just want to fucking live our lives. Leave us alone. We don't care who gets an abortion. I'm not going to get an abortion. I don't like it, but who gives a shit? We want people to get welfare, but we also want people on welfare to look for work. So, you know, the work requirement for welfare wasn't like insane at the time. It's like, yeah, look for a job. The idea is that you're temporarily unemployed. This is temporary unemployment. That was reasonable. It's still reasonable, but the politics today has gone completely fucking ape shit, where the one side has said, no, fuck welfare. Let them fucking fend for themselves. They should, you know, they're out of work. Let them die. So the other side goes completely 100% the other way, says, no, you should get welfare forever and ever 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 and ever. And between the two, you're like, well, we can't just let the fuckers die in the cold. So those people are crazy. So then you end up siding with the other crazy people. But it's like, this isn't like rational either. Like, if you're temporarily unemployed, you should be looking for work. But we don't want you to lose your house, because that's a bigger problem. Then we got to deal with vacant houses and homeless people and people, you know, being in between housing and stuff. Like, they're not like destitute. They're just in between jobs. And if you're doing your job as a governing entity, you're creating the opportunity for people to work. Age statements are relative to the environment in which the barrel is aged. Anyway, the 1990s Roseanne show was way different than the 2000s Roseanne show. The 2000s Roseanne show was just fucking insane. So anyway, onward, upward, and let's keep going. Yeah, exactly. And I'm with you, Dustin. They like fucking forced shit, and it wasn't funny. But to be completely fair, full disclosure, I only watched a couple of episodes. I didn't really get into it. Didn't really watch it. Wasn't really interested. Because I really didn't watch a lot of the Roseanne show back in the 90s either. I didn't watch that much. I wasn't particularly interested. It was okay. It was one of the shows that I kind of watched every once in a while. But it wasn't a show that I watched. Next, Googled him before and after. I mean, 2-3% body fat is a huge change for face. And that could be all it was. He worked out more. He dropped some body fat, and he got a little bit more chiseled. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not much for conspiracies. That's probably the simplest explanation. He just worked out more. He got broader shoulders and a thinner face. It'd be down to meet you. You're a great friend. How long have we known each other? Sunflowers, I'm pretty sure we've known each other for about 4 years, going on 4 years. Because I think I encountered you for the first time in 2020 when I started really developing my channel. And I was introduced to you through Micah and the 1020, 7 20 guys, etc. So anyway, yeah, probably going on 4 years now. Do I like rum chata? I can't say that I've ever had a rum chata that I've liked. You had it with root beer. That might be a good mix, though. Because rum chata, if I understand, is a little bit sweet. So rum chata and root beer might mix well together. You don't know me to be a bean flicker, but I'm more into boogers. Okay. Yeah. Laugh it up, fuzzball. You watch the Connors. Roseanne is one of your favorite TVs. I mean, the handful of times that I watched it as Roseanne, I didn't dislike the Roseanne show back in the day. I didn't have any problem with it back in the day. Donner Pass Whiskey has entered chat. Cheers, Donner Pass. Cheers. I got rye whiskey, Old Humble Double Oak Rye. Neat. Right here over my shoulder. That bottle right there. I am drinking it neat because I ran out of ice and I haven't gone to get more. So there you go. Next. You tried with the Connors. It wasn't the worst. And then they wanted to go into politics out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I don't, I like my entertainment to be entertaining. I don't want it to. Let's see here. If it goes into political, see, I hate that so many fucking normal issues are political issues. Like even music in the 90s. Music in the 90s has become a fucking political issue because the laws were changed in order to create national radio stations. So it becomes a political issue. It's like antitrust matters, antitrust issues. Like we're never going to have the environment for music that we had in the 90s because of antitrust or because of the lax antitrust enforcement that we have today. So radio stations have become a political issue. But when you take a step back from it, the question becomes, are radio stations that relevant anymore? Does it even matter? Because the channels through which people get their entertainment, through people get their music, through which people listen to their music have become so broad and diverse that maybe radio stations aren't as relevant as they used to be. And maybe it's just that we're living in, like today, we're living in the environment that we were living in the 40s and 50s, where it's or maybe even the 60s, where the market is just too unsophisticated and small to really take advantage of the channels that exist. Because it wasn't until the 90s that musicians and performers were taking advantage of the channels that existed to be able to grow into regional sounds that would then break out and switch over and become national acts that like Nirvana, like Guns N' Roses, like the Backstreet Boys, like just thinking of a handful of these groups, like Queen's X, Boys to Men, these groups that would break out of their regional mold and become national acts, not over the court, these overnight acts that didn't become national acts overnight, but they worked at it, and broke out of their regional niche and became overnight sensations. And maybe it's just that we're living now in a world that's brand new in the same way that bands were living in a world that was brand new in the 1950s and 1960s, and we're just on the cusp of that revolutionary moment where regional sounds become national sounds, and not just one line from a song, but whole songs and whole verses and whole CDs and whole performances become national acts, not just because it was some scantily clad girl squirming around on stage, but because it's an actual good performance and a good group that's performing in a way that's fun to listen to. Maybe we're on the cusp of that brave new world and we just don't know it yet. Maybe we're at the early 60s and we're just waiting for some regional talent scouts to bird dog and bring these bands to the promised land. But there's not these regional scouts anymore. These regional scouts with the almighty algorithm. We're just waiting for these people to figure out how to use the almighty algorithm to become a national group. Maybe that's where we're at. Maybe it's not a lamentable situation that we're not in a world with regional radio stations. Maybe it's an exciting situation where regional radio stations are dead, and now we're just waiting for bands, the actual market, to figure out how to plug into the almighty algorithm. Use the AI, use the almighty algorithm, and bring your sound to our ear holes. Maybe that's where we're at. Maybe that's the lesson of the 90s, is that it took bands 30 years to learn how to promote themselves, to get out of the local loop and onto the regional loop and into the national stage. So now it's a matter where the bands have to learn how to get out of the local loop and onto the almighty algorithms, the all-seeing eye, all-seeing AI. Ooh, how about that? The all-seeing AI to cast its gaze upon their performances. Maybe that's where we're at. Maybe that's where we're at. I don't know. I like to look at the more optimistic. I like to see it as the more optimistic way. The glass is more half full than half empty. We're looking at a situation where we're just on the cusp of bands figuring out how to better promote themselves and become national. Get out of the local scene and onto the national. The national whatchamacallit. So. Yeah, maybe we're there. Maybe we're there. What was the comment? Oh, the political thing. Yeah. Well, fuck it. Everything's been politicized, and it shouldn't have to be. And that's another thing that pisses me off. The world we're living in today is just fucking exhausting. It's like, why do these people have to be weird? Why do they have to politicize every fucking thing? If you see like a dog video or a cat video on Facebook or YouTube or wherever, and then somebody jumps in the comments, that's because of the fucking libtards are doing the like, it's a fucking cat video, you fucking weirdo. Quit being weird. Leave it be. Jesus, why does everything have to be weird? I'm so exhausted by everything being a fucking political commentary. Not everything has to be a political commentary. Sometimes a fucking fig tree is just a fig tree. And it's nothing else. Just let it be a fig tree. It's not a fig tree because, that's where Monsanto wanted you to plant fig trees. And sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. But also, you can't really do much about it unless you're trying to do something about it. But I don't know. It's a little bit of the one thing, a little bit of the other. I wish politics would stay out of my life. I wish I didn't have to worry about my nephew being deported. I wish I didn't have to worry about my wife not being able to get the medical care that she can get. I wish I didn't have to worry about my kids and my grandkids having a fucking planet to live on. I wish I didn't have to worry about this shit. I wish we had reasonable, rational people trying to govern for the best interest of the country and everything didn't have to be fucking political all the time. You know, like homeless people exist. No, they don't. Okay, well now it's a fucking political question. You fucking libtards think homeless people exist. Like, they exist. They're right there. There's homeless people. Everything didn't used to be a political thing. It didn't used to be, you know, public schools should exist. Oh, this fucking liberal thinking. No, public schools should exist. It used to be everyone agreed that public schools should exist. But now, you know, there's a whole goddamn thing that like some people think because of politics that public schools shouldn't exist. And it's so fucking exhausting. It's just tiresome. Because we didn't have to disagree on basic fundamentals of how the universe worked. Right? We didn't have to disagree. It didn't used to be that like grass is green. Oh, well, I believe grass is orange. Because I have to take an opposite political view of you because you're who you are and I'm who I am. And I'm not going to agree with anything you say. Like, all right. Fine, I guess. That's stupid, but whatever. That's when you just rush out and go, oh, steak tastes great. And then the other people are like, oh, steak tastes horrible because you're who you are and I'm who I am. And I can't possibly agree with anything that you say. Ugh. So fucking exhausting. It's just so absolute fucking exhausting. But then when you get them to actually talk like human beings, they're like, oh yeah, steak tastes great and schools should exist. They're like, well, then why can't you just be a normal person all the time? Oh, because if we say schools exist, then, you know, then they're going to try and take all of our fucking money and guns and make schools exist. Like, nobody wants to take your gun and build a school. Like, why are you crazy? Why do we have to be fucking crazy? Why do we have to be fucking crazy all the time? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Ugh. I hate it. I hate the insanity. I'm exhausted. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the fucking exhausting insanity. Absolutely tired of it. Comedy does reflect society. Politics needs to be funny. Yeah, I'm with you. Whatever. I mean, I don't even give a shit. We've got 30 days left, and half of this shit's gonna go away, and it'll be fine. I'm fine with telling a funny story and politics being a part because it is a part. Yeah, and I'm with you. It is a part of it. It's 100% a part of our life, and it's just they won't leave us alone. And it didn't have to. It didn't always be like this. It wasn't always like this. There was a time when it wasn't like this. When, you know, the stuff didn't touch every fucking aspect of our life. But that's what they're... Ugh. I'm tired of it. So tired of it. Ugh. But don't start with an agenda and write it into the show. Storyline of funny be damned. I think I feel what you're talking about there, Dustin. It's like there's life circumstances and then there's contrived life circumstances. You know, where they have the aunt that nobody knew existed, who's all of a sudden pregnant. There's like a hair on my hat over here. You know, like the Huxtables, the Cosby Show. There was always another uncle or always another aunt or always another brother-in-law, cousin, grandfather, another grandfather, a grandmother, another grandmother. There was always someone else who was a historical black figure, a jazz singer, a jazz player, a dancer. There was always someone else and always someone else. They had the biggest fucking family. They always added more people, and it was like they mentioned more people. It's like, where'd that guy come from? It could have just been your neighbor when you're growing up. And how did your family know all of these famous jazz singers? I mean, come on. Anyway, Donner Pass whiskey's in the house. Cheers, Donner Pass. Did I already say hi? I'm saying hi again. Cheers. This is how happy hour conversations used to go in bars. You start with one topic, you hit up with a stranger. Hey, did you know age statements don't mean anything without context. And oh, by the way, the 90s was the best decade for music. And oh, by the way, I'm so fucking exhausted from fucking politics all the fucking time. Ugh. These conversations would go on for hours. I miss going to bars and being able to talk to people and just fucking talk, you know, and it not become a weird thing. Those are the good old days. We're living in the good old days. This is the good old days right now. Congratulations. Cheers to the good old days. Do you think Disney has an agenda? Disney has an agenda. I will come right out and say it. Disney has a fucking agenda. They want to make money. They want to make a shit ton of it. And they want to go swimming in their pile of money. That's their agenda. Disney's agenda is making money. And a shit ton of it. Don't feel strongly enough to... where are we at? There it is. I have the comment on the screen, but I can also read it off of the screen over here, which is a bigger font than that because that's tiny. I can barely see it, and I'm getting tired. I don't know if I feel strong about the issue or have an opinion if they're ruining anything. Now, I do have... there is something to be said about representation in TV shows and movies and stuff. And I don't inherently have a problem with movie studios and TV production studios going out of their way to make sure that there's a diverse cast of people, even if the diverse cast isn't representative of the population. Like, we have to have our black guy or Asian gal or Asian guy, we have to have one of everybody. Let's go get one of everybody. I don't really have a problem with that because the lazy form of that is just having, a bunch of white people. A bunch of pretty white people. And it always seems to be a bunch of pretty white people. It's never a bunch of pretty black people. It's just lazy. It's just lazy writing and lazy casting. I remember when the Toy, I think, was released, had Robin Williams and LL Cool J, and they were siblings in the movie. I don't remember the details of the movie, but I remember it was Robin Williams and LL Cool J, and they were siblings. And for those of you who don't know, Robin Williams is white and LL Cool J is very black. Robin Williams is very white. But they were very siblings in the movie. And it was just not a big deal. They just cast them as, at least it didn't seem like a big deal when I was watching the movie. It might have been a big deal like with the commentators and stuff like that. But, it was just a thing. And it wasn't a thing. It was just like, whatever. They're siblings. Who cares? Whatever. It was just lazy casting, or Friends. It just feels lazy casting to me, When I look at movies from the early 80s and late 70s and the mid 80s, there's always at least a handful of black characters in the movie. And then you move into the late 80s and early 90s and they're all gone. They're just gone. There's no more balance to the cast. And granted, in the late 70s and early 80s, there was always the token. The black kid was, he was always a break dancer, always had a boombox, always, you're picturing him in your head right now, aren't you? The white hat, the yellow tank top, not blue jeans, but, blue pants that weren't jeans, kind of baggy. You're picturing it in your head. You know what I'm talking about, right? The Clint Eastwood movies, the kids in the Clint Eastwood movies and stuff like that. Like the stereotypical black kid. Always played basketball. Always listening to his boombox. 2 steps away, 2 beats away, always, from breaking into a rap or breakdancing or whatever, stereotypical representation. And then they just got lazy and quit doing it. And I mean, it was stereotypical and it was lazy, but also it gave people, it just gave them an opportunity to get into acting. And there's a lot of actors that wouldn't have otherwise had an opportunity to act because there was just movies that weren't written. Those roles weren't written. The scripts weren't written with them in mind. But, it got better but then it got worse. It got better, then it got worse. And then we've witnessed a significant change in the climate in the last 5 years. And maybe that is representation. Maybe that's an absolute agenda to get more people on screen that don't look like me. Get more people on screen. Superman doesn't have to be white. Superman's a fictitious character. Superman can be whoever the fuck we want Superman to be. The Little Mermaid. The mermaids don't exist. And there was a whole group of people that I know, a group of people that I watched their shows here on YouTube that were fucking out of their mind pissed off because the Little Mermaid was black. Like, oh my God, mermaids don't fucking exist, people. You're talking about a fictitious character and being pissed off about her skin color? What the fuck is wrong with you people? And then dragging politics into that. Because it wasn't politics that kept black people out of cinema for years and years and years and years. It wasn't politics that kept black people out of baseball. It wasn't politics that kept black people out of football. It wasn't politics that kept black people out of your classrooms. It wasn't politics that kept black people out of fucking politics. But oh no. God forbid. It's a Little Mermaid that's black and now it's all political. It's always been fucking political. It's always been some kind of political fucking attitude that's excluded or included people. And you want to get pissy about including people for the first time? You want to get pissy about telling stories with people who have faces that don't look like yours? Well, you're just being pissy because they're not pandering to your particular genetic makeup. They're pandering, sure. They've always pandered. You think it's not pandering to have Superman be a fucking blonde hair or dark haired, blue eyed white guy? That's absolutely pandering. God, what is it? Justice. What was his? Peace, justice, and the American way. You don't think that's fucking pandering? That is 100% pandering. Captain America is pandering. It's just pandering to a specific demographic of people. And then you get pissy because Spider-Man's black. You get pissy because Spider-Man's a girl. You get pissy because fucking Santa Claus is black. Get over it. It doesn't matter. Like, oh my God, my favorite fictitious character is now a different race. The dude didn't fucking exist. Oh my God, when Thor came out and the Warriors 3, Heimdall in Thor was black. And everybody was like, oh my God, you have a black guy in Thor. Like, fucking, he's fictitious. He doesn't exist. And they're like, how can you have black Norwegians? Well, how can you have a guy who can sit there at the Rainbow Bridge and be able to see everything going on in the Nine Realms at the same time? And you're upset because he's a different color? Like, you can suspend reality all the way up until the point where he's a different color and then you're upset? Really? 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 You're okay with creatures that swim underwater and breathe and they're half human, half fish, but you you can't be okay with those people, those creatures being half black and half fish. Really? Really? That's where you have a problem. And then you're all like, oh, politics. The fucking politics of having white mermaids doesn't bother you? It only becomes an issue when it's not your politics. So eat a bag of dicks. I don't care. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm fucking tired of the craziness. I'm tired of the insanity. I'm tired of the screeching and screaming of people being all like, oh, we just want to be who the fuck we want to be. Well, be who the fuck you want to be. But be a racist by yourself and quietly away from other people, because the rest of us don't want to fucking hear it. We don't care. We don't want to hear your grievances. Nobody's taking anything away from you. Nobody's taking your jobs. Nobody's excluding you. Nobody's treating you the way you treated these other people for years. Nobody cares. You're just also have to drink from the same water fountain as them. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, we have to share a water fountain now. We have to share a bathroom now. Oh, hey, newsflash, you've been sharing a bathroom with them this whole time. That's just how it's been. Anyway, I don't know. That's enough of a rant for me. I'm going to move on to the next. I don't know what led to that rant. Okay, yeah, representation. Gotcha. 10290. That is exactly who I meant. Not 7180 or whatever I said. 10290. Those guys, because that I think was the first contacts that I made when I reached out into the YouTubing world. Might have been Micah was the first ones that I contact I made in the YouTubing world. We've known Bacon for too. I think that might be how long we've known Bacon. At least 4 years. FEMA became political. I know. To think that there would be a president who would use FEMA, who would withhold FEMA money from states that didn't support him, whose aides would have to sit down with a map and say, the areas that have been affected by the wildfires are areas that supported you in the last election, so you should release this money that is lawfully due to them. To think that FEMA would be politicized. To think that the bureaucrats who just fucking do their work would be politicized. It's insanity. I'm so sick and tired of this shit. So sick and tired of this shit. But then it's like the people that would fucking politicize it then accuse the other people of politicizing it. And it's like they're just fucking doing their job. And this is what... Bluebell ice cream. Made right here in Houston, Brenham, to be specific. Some of the happiest cows in the state make Bluebell ice cream. And Bluebell ice cream is the ice cream that you eat to remind yourself of home. Homemade vanilla tastes like, homemade vanilla from Bluebell ice cream tastes like the vanilla ice cream that your grandma made. And that old hand-cranked ice cream machine filled with ice and Epsom salt as they turned it and turned it and turned it for hours to make that delicious ice cream on a hot summer day just for you, her grandson. Smile as you take that spoonful of vanilla ice cream with a little bit of chocolate syrup up to your lips, and know that your grandma is looking down on you and smiling because you remembered the work that she put in to give you that kind of ice cream. Bluebell homemade vanilla, the kind of ice cream that reminds you of home. Now back to the show. Okay, where are we at? Let's not get into the FEMA bullshit. I agree. Let's not get into the FEMA bullshit. God damn it! We'll call it all red beat Ted Cruz. You know what? Motherfucking Ted Cruz is a piece of shit. on a scale that is unknown to human civilization before now. Do I want to get into fucking Ted Cruz? Does anything more need to be said about Ted Cruz other than fuck Ted Cruz? I don't know if Colin Allred's going to beat him. I honest to God don't know. Texas is a Republican machine. It has got deep roots. Hundreds of millions of Republican dollars get generated in this state and sent all over the place. It is a libertarian's fucking wet dream in this state. It's one of the worst managed. If it weren't for the rest of the country, Texas would be a petro state like Saudi Arabia. Our fucking schools are backwards. Our roads need all the... oh, my God. There's a deficit in the school systems because the governor approved a budget that cut funding for schools and diverted funds to a voucher program that would pay for private schools. But then the legislature rejected the private school voucher program and didn't restore the money back to the public schools. So they cut the money from the public school budget in order to fund this other program, which was then rejected, and not rejected by accident. They had 4 special sessions to try to get this money approved for the voucher program to pay for private schools. And in 4 special sessions, they rejected that money again and again and again. And then they didn't restore the money for the public schools. So our public school system is facing financial crisis right now because the legislature and the governor of this backwards fucking state decided to cut the funds and not restore the funds after their fucking scheme to cut the funds and divert the funds to private schools was rejected. So it's like, Cotton. The American fabric. It's the touch, the feel, the fabric of our lives. Cotton, cotton. It's like a warm hand holding on to you and keeping you safe all day long. Keeps you cool in the summer, keeps you warm in the winter. Cotton, the American fabric. Now back to your show. God damn it. Fucking Ted fucking Cruz. Absolute piece of shit. I mean, if anyone had a punchable face, it's that son of a bitch. I swear to God, he grew a beard so that he wouldn't have to look at himself in the mirror. That guy's policies literally kill people. Literally kill people. And, ugh. Old Humble Distilling Company makes whiskey that's available in 47 states and all throughout the state of Texas. It is the people's whiskey. It's whiskey for folks who just come home from a hard day of work and like to sit down and relax with a fine glass of award-winning, clean-drinking, easy-drinking whiskey. Now that's a damn fine drink. Available online at oldhumbledistilling.com/shop-online or at a local liquor store near you. Buy a bottle today and have a drink. Cheers. And now back to the show. It's a happy hour, guys. It's happy hour. Happy hour. Don't wind me up on some fucking rant about some piece of shit senator. Ugh. On we go. Yeah, I don't know where this will go. Look at me. I'm trying to contain myself and restrain myself. I'm being appropriate. But for real, polls are looking like Allred might eke out a win against Cruz. No, but it is too close to tell. And I have no idea why it's too close to tell. Could have stopped with people trying to govern. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They used to govern, Dustin. That was the idea. There would be a disagreement in the process to get to the solution, but they at least agreed that there was a problem. You know what I mean? That was the deal. They'd be like, homelessness is a problem. And then they would say, okay, this is how we solve homelessness from a conservative point of view. This is how we solve homelessness from a liberal point of view. And then they would get together and work out a fucking compromise and work on trying to solve the problem. Now, it's like, homelessness is a problem. And then they were like, no, fuck them. Let them die. Like, anyway, governance used to be what we aspired to, or what we expected our representatives to aspire to, and now they don't. And it's just, there's a distinct group of people that want our representatives to burn the whole fucking place down. And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. Cheers, Twisted Art Lady. Welcome to the party. I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you. I love you. I'm glad to have you around. I hope we haven't turned you completely off. But that is one of my special skills, is turning ladies completely off. Look at how I did that. Turn it back to comedy. Onward we go. Hey, Twisted. Where are we at? Hey, Twisted. Why don't we leave politics behind? I agree. I don't have any problem talking about religion, politics, or money. Those are supposed to be the three hot rail topics that you talk about. I don't have any problem talking about any of that shit because, among friends, you should be able to talk about stuff. Among friends, among rational people, you should be able to talk about religion. Among rational people, you should be able to talk about politics. And I am a firm believer that you find people out there in the YouTubes are rational people. You're not dirtbags. You're not scumbags. You're not crazy. We can talk rational. We can speak reasonable and rational people, topics between reasonable and rational people. I don't see any reason why we should avoid topics amongst ourselves because we're reasonable, rational people. And we can speak as reasonable, rational people speak. So I don't consider there any topics to be red line topics that we're not allowed to talk about. But I will not tolerate bullshit. I will not tolerate fucking outright lies. I will not tolerate fucking nonsense. So don't expect me to let you come in here and be all like, oh, space aliens built the pyramids. Like, fuck, nope, that's not a debatable topic. That's fucking nonsense. We're not going to talk about that. You're wrong. Go away. Bye. Silence. Shoot. I have certain words that are blocked, like Hitler. I don't want people coming in trying to tell me that Hitler was the good guy. Nope, that's not going to fly on this channel, kids. I have rules. I have community standards. They're very loose community standards. They're very low bars to clear. But if you lay down on your belly and you try and scoot underneath that bar, you're going to get hit in the head with it. And I don't have any problem with that because you tried to scooch under it, and that is a low fucking bar to scooch under. Any hoodles. On we go. On we go. Already voted. Early voting already started in Illinois. Good. We don't get early voting for a while here in Texas. We're still a few weeks away. But I am working the polls again this year. So 14%, give or take. A movie with all black people would feel more out of place to reality than all white people. We can do without. We can absolutely do without either. I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah. I don't disagree. Which is why it's insane to be all like, oh, there's DEI hires in the Supreme Court. Yeah. But not who you think. I mean, the representation hires in the Supreme Court were people who kind of look more like me than the people who don't look like me. But now we're getting into other topics. And it's because of a history of exclusion, not a history of inclusion. If there was a history of inclusion and you were truly picking the best of the best, then there's absolutely no reason to believe that the best of the best would always be some old white dudes. I mean, there is not a world in which any human being lives where Brett Kavanaugh is the best of the best, when you know that there are people like Ketanji Brown who exist, who can argue circles around these dinglings. What's her name? That other chick. Whatever. Fucking doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Anyway. Good job looking up the statistics, though. Impressive. Friends was a group of like 6 people. Yeah, people tend to be friends with people who look like them, but they're also more oddly all hot, but hot people tend to friend hot people too. Yeah, and that was the other thing about Friends, and I get that too. Your social group tends to look like you, but does it have to? And how many more interesting storylines could have been brought into the mix of Friends? How many more interesting, in-depth, sensible, relatable storylines could have been brought in with just one black guy or one black female, or one of each? How many more interesting storylines? I mean, Phoebe was a pretty white girl who was a surrogate to her brother's kids, and also was a twin, and was a porn star, or her twin was the porn star, but like none of those characters could have been a black guy. Like Joey could have been a black guy. Chandler couldn't have been a black guy. None of those people could have been black. None? Asian? Anything? You're in New York fucking City. I mean, whatever. Friends doesn't feel like a 90s sitcom that aged well to me. The more I watch Friends, the more I think most of those people are just horrible fucking people. But yeah. And Sunflower says it's the 80s that had the best music. I will disagree with you. I will politely disagree with you, but I will not go back into my thesis. You're wrong, but you're within your rights to be wrong. That's an opinion. That's an opinion. It's a fair opinion, because the 80s did have some great music, but by every other metric, the 90s had better music. So yeah. and by music, I mean mainstream radio music, like the mainstream, not like the alt underground indie rock, indie pop stuff that you get in the small stages and the small clubs and all that shit. I mean like the mainstream general sound that you hear of the decade. Just the general sound of the decade. And the 90s music kind of bled into the early 2000s, for what that's worth. As well as the 80s music kind of started in like 82-ish and kind of bled into the maybe early 90s. But I kind of think the 80s kind of ended in 89. And then, they kind of started around 82 and they ended around 89. The 70s kind of lasted a little bit into the 80s, kind of reached maybe into 1980, 1981. Maybe. The 60s kind of died in probably the 60s kind of made it all the way into like 71, 72. The 50s almost certainly died around 1958. The sound of the 60s came in like in the late 50s, with Elvis and the Monkees and those guys. Anyway, I digress. Where are we at? Top shelf. 100% admit I just want less gay people in TV. Call me names. I just don't enjoy it. Okay, I'll call you names. If you want me to. Do you really want me to? Martha. I mean, I don't have any problem. I there's an aesthetic. I like, how do I put this diplomatically? In the same way, I don't need, I don't think there's a really diplomatic way to put this. In the same way, you don't want like the politics jammed down your throat. Like, oh, he's conservative. He has a gun. He drives a truck. It's not like I watch Modern Family, right? I'm watching that. I didn't watch it when it was live. I'm watching the reruns. Like the gayness in that movie, in that TV show, is fully within context of what's going on in that show. You know, they're not there. There's nothing contrived about it. There's nothing wedged in. There's nothing. I mean, it's stereotypical and flamboyant, without question. But there's nothing, you know. It's nothing forced. In which one was it? The Last Jedi, I think, when they decide to create the romance between Rose and whatever else it was. And in the final one, Rise of Skywalker, they defeat the enemy Palpatine fleet, whatever, and the big lesbian kiss in the background. Like, that felt shoehorned in. Like, they forced it in there. Like, we're going to have a gay kiss on screen. Like, maybe it's not that big of a deal because it didn't have to. And maybe this is the representation question, because, you know, nobody would even blink an eye if it was the sailor and his girlfriend, but we notice it because it was two chicks kissing. On screen, visible, right there, just over the left shoulder of the main protagonist. That felt like it was forced in, like it was shoehorned in, like they were going to do this thing, and everybody, look, it's going to be controversial. Ooh, exciting. Like when Janet Jackson showed her tit in the Super Bowl. You know, they were trying to pass it off as, oh, it was just an accident. It was just a wardrobe malfunction. She dressed her nipple up so that it could be on live TV. That wasn't an accident. That was forced. That was contrived. Nobody needed that. That didn't have to happen. And now, of course, you know, she lost her career over it, and Justin Timberlake was just fine, which is a whole nother issue. But I don't, you know, it's like one of those things that, like, you don't care, but when you notice it because it's intended to be noticed, like when they have the Coca-Cola can and they turn the label so that you can see that it's Coca-Cola, you notice it. The product placement, when you notice the product placement, like when in Community they have a Subway counter at the food court at the community college, and they mention the Subway, and they say Subway makes great sandwiches. We should get a sponsorship from those guys or whatever. You know, when they make the point of look at me, then it feels like it's shoehorned in, it's contrived, and it's not part of the story. It's the story. It becomes the story. And that's true with anything that they put into these movies. When it's done unartfully, and it doesn't add to the story, or even more importantly, when it does add to the story and it's not just, oh, by the way, this is happening. And Will and Grace was about, you know, a gay dude and his Deborah Messing. I thought she was hot. Anyway, sorry. That's a diversion. When it's like shoehorned in and it just feels contrived. Well, I was watching Maximum Overdrive, and there were so many parts of that movie that just felt like a coked up Stephen King was like, this is going to be cool. We're going to totally do this. This is going to be a great idea. That the idiocy, the absurdity of it became the story, and it detracted from the story because we noticed the thing that was happening. And it was a terrible movie, but it was a great movie. Absolutely go watch Maximum Overdrive. But I think that bothers anybody with anything, that it's, if it was a blaxploitation film like Dolomite, any of the Dolomite movies, and they bring in a white guy for the sake of having a white guy in the movie, it would be jarring, and it would look weird, and it would feel unusual, and it wouldn't be right. And you would look at it and go, that's not right. That's weird. Why are they doing that? But that's true with anything. I think that's true with anything when it's done in an inartful way, in a way that detracts from the movie, detracts from the story, because it doesn't feel like it's part of the narrative, because then it becomes the narrative itself, and it becomes frustrating and annoying and bothersome. Yeah. So that's all I got to say about that. Next. Not going to riot, right? Is that where we're at? Not going to riot. It's just less enjoyable. On my way. Okay. The only thing that does kind of bother me, and hopefully wrong, but having a female action hero, I think it's a bit slippery. I don't want my nieces thinking someday I could fight a man. That I feel you with that. I mean, I don't know. I don't have any problem with female action heroes, but I do agree that it can be a kind of a slippery slope, because you do want to see female heroes, because that is a representation thing. That's, we've always grown up. The heroes have always looked like us. We've never thought about it. But it is kind of a thing. I do want my nieces and goddaughters and to be able to see people, and my niece and my nephews and my boys, my kids, my nephews, my nieces, my goddaughters, my godsons. I want them all to be able to see people in movies that look like them, that are doing great things. I want them to be able to dress up like Luke Skywalker or Princess Leia or Rey or Akbar or whomever they identify with in the movies. I want them to be able to dress up like Jackie Chan. I want them to see heroes that look like them. I want them to be able to see guys like Rambo and dress up like Rambo and be able to identify with these heroes and the protagonists in these movies. I want them to be able to identify with them and see them and get aspirations of great things that they could do, delusions of grandeur, if you will. I don't think we look at movies and see Superman stepping in front of bullets and say, I don't want my son to think that he could stop a bullet with his chest, any more than I think that my niece would think that she can jump on top of a building because she watched Wonder Woman. I don't think my niece is that stupid to be able to, or to not be able to separate the fiction from the fact, the fantasy from the reality, any more than I think my boys are that stupid that they can't separate the fiction from fact and fantasy from reality. So yeah, I mean, I get it. It's kind of a slippery slope, but it's no slipperier than dudes. I mean, I don't think my son watch my egghead nerd son who's in college right now. I don't think he watches a movie with some scientist like Don't Look Up. I don't think he watches Don't Look Up and he identifies with the astronomer who discovers the And he's like, I'm going to tell the world that they can save themselves from a thing. And, you know, I don't think he identifies with that guy and thinks that he can do what that guy did. Any more than he identifies with James Bond or any other male protagonist that he watches. So, I mean, reality helps, but also we don't really want to see movies that are just documentaries. We want to see movies that are well, fantastic fantasy movies. Yeah, I think that's what we want. I mean, I don't watch Smokey and the Bandit and fantasize that I'm the, well, I do actually. I would love to be the bandit. That would be so fucking awesome. Driving running from the cops and driving a Firebird across the country. God, that'd be so great. Some other lifetime, some other life. Anyway, on we go. Somewhat special needs. So that's a, huh? And one is somewhat special needs. So that's kind of a real concern. Oh, I get that. I mean, I get that. I wouldn't want my daughters to think that they, or my daughters and nieces and goddaughters to be thinking that they can. Well, I mean, you want them to think that they can. I mean, you want them to be able to do anything they can with it. The same thing with my boys. I want them to be able to do anything they can within their limits. And to push those limits. I want them to question their limits and question the limitations that are imposed on them, you know? And as much as we hate to admit it, guys have limitations that are imposed on us societally. We walk through life not being able to talk about our feelings because we feel the limitations put on us by society that we're supposed to be in control and in charge, and everything's fine. Everything's fine. I've got this. Everything's fine. God forbid we actually aren't in control of shit and we actually have feelings and we have to think about things and talk about things and discuss things. That's not what men are made of. We're fine. We have a lot of social constraints that are put on us. We're expected to be tough. We're expected to be strong. We're expected to be stones, oaks, unbending. We're expected, all this shit's expected of us. But God forbid we question that, because then we're not masculine enough. If you're not manly enough to be able to handle your feelings and get that shit under control, shame on you. You're acting like a fucking woman. Quit doing that. I mean, I absolutely want my kids to be able to challenge those preconceived expectations and to be able to think of themselves as capable of doing literally anything, even if one of those things that they are capable of is hugging another man and having a feeling, crying. God damn. How hard it is for a man to cry in public in front of somebody? Jesus. I mean, you might as well just take a whole penis and shove it inside of you. If you go and do crying in public, how dare you? That's, not something that men do. That is not a man's thing. Shame on you. Who do you think you are? You fucking pussy. That's the, one of the double standards. But on the other hand, we get to own everything. So, and nobody questions our right to exist. And nobody questions our we can walk away from a pregnancy if we want to. So, that's kind of the double standard that guys get to live with. You're not allowed to cry, but you don't have to raise a kid if you don't want to. And you and a bunch of other guys can get together and decide whether or not other people have to raise kids if they don't want to. So there's that. I guess it's a fair trade. I guess it's a fair trade. Anyway, Where are we at? Next. I don't disagree with that either. I just don't think all the pop culture needs to reflect everyone equally. And I agree with that too. There's stories that can be told. There's stories that should be told that don't necessarily involve everyone. I mean, most of the stories from my youth don't involve a token black guy or a token Asian guy or token anybody. Because most of the stories from my youth, I mean, Jesus, I was a teenager living in suburban Houston. Most of the stories from my youth are a bunch of other teenagers living in suburban Houston. And guess what we look like? We kind of look like this. But there's also a reason for that. Because people that didn't look like me couldn't get loans for the neighborhoods that we lived in. And I didn't find that out until many, many years later. It's not because they were officially excluded. It's just because the criteria didn't allow them to get loans. But that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother time, because politics, right? Why did all your friends look like you when you were growing up? Because of politics. That's why. Because of fucking politics. How much different would it have been, right? If like half your neighborhood was a different color than you. If you were growing up in like the Bronx. I think I have one more glass of whiskey left in me before I need to legitimately move along. Where are we at? Like, Will and Grace was cool. It was the main. Yeah. The main character was gay, so of course that show had all the gay people in it. It's natural. It makes sense. And also a great show for what it was. Yep. But if they'd have remade Friends, they don't have to have a gay friend. And I wonder what it would look like if they did remake Friends. If they remade Friends, I mean, obviously, if they remade Friends, they wouldn't be remaking it for us, for this audience. They wouldn't be making it for an audience that was older than 35. They would be making it for an audience that was in their 20-somethings, and 20-something friend groups look different than 20-something friend groups looked in 1995. So we would have the right to be pissy because the story wouldn't be written for us. But that's kind of the point, that we can say we're being pissy because The Little Mermaid was being rewritten and recast for a modern audience, but that audience isn't for us. In the same way that Jerry Seinfeld can't write jokes for college kids anymore because he doesn't fucking relate to them, because he's a multimillionaire he has $25 million in the bank and he sits on top of a pile of money in his fucking mansion on the coast. Little Mermaid, the newest version of Little Mermaid, wouldn't be being written for us in our 40s. It would be being written for a group of people who are in their teens and preteens, and maybe even younger than that. And that group of people have a different set of eyes and a different relationship with the world than we have and that we had. And we shouldn't be pissy about that, because they're literally not writing stories for us. They're writing stories for a whole different people. And maybe that's an opportunity for us, the grown-ups, to learn that kids see the world differently than we did as kids, and that we did as young adults, and that we did as we do today. That kids see the world differently, and maybe we should see the world through their eyes because the world looks different to them. That, the world looks, everyone has a gay friend. I mean, 100% guarantee you had a gay friend. That friend may not have admitted it in high school, may not have admitted it in college, but I guarantee you had a gay friend. I guarantee you I had a gay friend. I had 2 or 3 gay friends. I had a couple of friends that were transgender. They just didn't know it yet. They didn't transition until their late 30s. We all knew them. We knew people who were like that. We just didn't know we knew it because they weren't willing to admit it because society wouldn't let them. But I guarantee, if you've got kids, your kids know someone who is a little bit gender fluid, a little bit gay, a little bit black, a little bit Asian, a little bit something other than white. Guarantee it. Because the world we live in today is not the same world we lived in 1994. It's just how it is. The world changes, and the stories should change with the world as it changes, and the stories should be written to the people who are listening to the stories being told, especially if they're fictional stories and the characters in the stories are fictional characters. I mean, you're not going to rewrite a Martin Luther King biopic with Martin Luther King being a white guy. You're not going to rewrite Muhammad Ali's biopic with Muhammad Ali being a white guy. You're not going to rewrite Andy Kaufman's biopic with Andy Kaufman being a black guy. You're not going to rewrite Moana with Moana being a white chick. You're not going to do that because these are cultural specific stories. But is Little Mermaid a culturally specific story? Is it written for Norwegians or Englishmen or whoever? Is it a culturally specific European story? It's mermaids. Are mermaids culturally specific? I don't know. I don't feel like they are. I don't think that counts. I don't think that matters. But like Jackie Robinson being Asian, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can redraw or rewrite Jackie Robinson as an Asian guy. The whole point of his story was his race was part of the story. Is the race of the Little Mermaid a part of the story? Does that count? Is that a thing? Is the race of Snow White part of the story? Is the race of Cinderella part of her story? Is it okay for the prince to be black or the prince's page to be black or whoever it was that was black in the movie? Does it matter? I don't think so. It doesn't feel like it matters to me. But if George Washington is black, does that matter? I think that matters. I don't think you cast a black guy as George Washington. But on the other hand, George Washington's race is not a part of the story. I mean, Hamilton was a Puerto Rican. In Hamilton. I'm thinking of Hamilton now. Because George Washington was in Hamilton. And I think George Washington, like one of the founding fathers was Lin-Manuel made him black. I'm not sure which one it was. Can't remember. But I think the daughters that Hamilton married were black in the play. The Frenchman, Hercule, whatever his name was black. But that wasn't part of the story. Like their race wasn't part of the story in the same way that Jackie Robinson's race was part of the story or MLK's race is part of the story. Like none of that was part of the story. The story was the narrative of Hamilton growing up and becoming a principle of American politics in the early days of the Republic. Not his whiteness or blackness. It just didn't matter. And maybe that's more of a story that gets told, that it doesn't matter if you're a white guy, it doesn't matter if you're white or black, but if you're a black guy, it matters that you're black. Because race matters. If you're not white, race matters. If you are white, race doesn't. So if you are white, you can be recast as any color. But if you aren't white, then it matters. Maybe that's the story that gets told in future iterations of the story. Maybe that's the story that gets told. Maybe that's our history as a country. That if you're white, your race doesn't matter, and you can be cast as a black guy or a blue guy or a green guy or an Asian guy or whomever. But if you're black, you're black. That's part of your story in the American narrative. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's how the story gets told. Maybe that's why this shit matters when we talk about representation and pop culture and movies and gayness and straightness and blackness and Asianness and all this other shit. Maybe that's maybe that's the stuff that matters, that's why we talk about it, because in the reality, in the history of the United States, if you're white, it doesn't matter. But if you're not white, it does. Maybe that's the story of our country. Maybe that's the story of our history. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's why representation matters. Maybe. Anyway, on we go. To be fair, the Gunther guy at the coffee shop really should be gay to fit the New York City. I think Gunther I think he kind of gave that vibe. But he was in love with Rachel, wasn't he? And Rachel was such a horrible fucking person. Anyway. Will and Grace is one of your favorite TV shows. I remember enjoying it. I just don't remember watching it much. Isn't that when what's her face? Ron Swanson's wife, Tammy 2. I don't remember her name. Isn't that where she kind of broke onto the scene? I'm sure she'd been around before then. Actually, there it is. A network should represent all groups. Each show doesn't have to do it. I think you might be right. Oh, great show. And I'm glad. Whoop, missed one. Oh, great show. And I'm glad they did a show. That kind of inclusive topic. Yeah. And maybe a network should. Well, yeah. And didn't they kind of do that with Laverne and Shirley and Laverne and Shirley and All in the Family and Happy Days and Joni Loves Chachi and I mean, it wasn't that kind of a universe in where all these people lived, but they didn't know each other necessarily, but they were kind of connected, and the Jeffersons were also there, and Good Times and all that stuff. All those programs were kind of in the same universe, but they told their own stories. Isn't that kind of what they did with that ecosystem, that universe of stories? They had a little bit of crossover here and there, but for the most part, they told their own stories. They didn't do a lot of crossover. Maybe you're right about that. Maybe that's the way networks should look at it, where their storytelling from night to night, instead of looking at individual sitcoms, they should look at their sitcoms as a universe of storytelling and focus on characters within that universe. And Jesus Christ, that's a fucking brilliant idea, where they can do multiple shows in the same universe, in the same neighborhood setting, broad neighborhood setting, even if it's just Omaha or Wisconsin or Milwaukee, like it was in the Happy Days universe, or New York, where they had they had with the Cosby Show and the spinoff of the Cosby Show, where they went to the college, and the other spinoff I think there were 2 spinoffs, either way. But to be able to do something like that, where you have this universe where there's Friends and Will and Grace and 2 or 3 other shows, where they all kind of surround a central point, but they all see the same world through different lenses, and they tell different stories. Dude, that would be fucking brilliant if a network would do that. It was like all of the things happening in that given month's worth of shows over the course of 2 nights worth of shows, prime time. You have Wednesday, Thursday night, or Thursday, Friday night. Probably Wednesday, Thursday night. Those are probably, or Tuesday, Thursday night. Those are probably the best 2 nights for primetime TV. You have the 7, 7:30, 8, and 8:30 block. You have 4 programs on 2 nights that surround a central place where there's different casts of people experiencing the events that are happening in that area. Dude, that would be a really fucking fascinating concept for some network to try and pull off over the course of a 2-year span. Or even if it was just one season. They're like, we're going to try this for one season. Here's our 5 shows that we're going to work on. Dude, that would be cool. That's a really neat idea. That's a really neat idea. That would be neat. That would be neat to see some network try and pull that shit off. Where you have one writer's room for 5 shows or 6 shows. One writer's room for 6 shows. A big writer. Oh, well, you have 4 or 5 writer's rooms for the 6 shows. And they like they share representatives between the writer's rooms. That'd be cool. That would be cool. I think only I don't know if I think only I don't think a network could pull that off. I think it'd have to be something like Netflix or Prime, where they do a package of shows like that. You know, like the MCU with all their little TV shows that they do, where they do a package of shows where they record all the shows all at once, and it's a 16 show season, and they do 48 episodes between 3 different programs, and all 3 programs are centered around the same area. They just record them all at the same time. They just crap them all out, and then they dump all 48 episodes, 3 programs, 1 season, all at the same time. And you just binge watch all 3 at the same time. Oh man, that is perfect for a streaming system. That is perfect. Perfect concept for something like that. What were you at? No, I just said I'm going to bed before 4 a.m. It's 2, and that'll take Joe that long to finish his rant on Cruz. I'm not going to rant on Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz can suck my butt. Fuck him. I hope he loses. I absolutely hope he loses. I hate that guy. I hate him. He's just gross. I got a text the other day asking if I'm willing to. Here's a video about something. Will you support Ted Cruz? And I texted back to him, I would crawl over broken shards of glass to vote for Colin Allred. I hope Ted Cruz burns in hell. Fuck that guy. Fuck him to hell. And then the campaign texted me back, you've been unsubscribed. He generates a visceral reaction. I do not like that guy. It just pisses me off because he has a commercial running about mothers and children, women and children full of potential whose lives were snuffed out by illegal aliens committing violent crimes. And I'm like, so the guys that get killed don't matter to this motherfucker? 1. And 2, he doesn't give a shit about the school children who get fucking murdered by American fucking citizens in the state of Texas. He's just worried about the women and children that get murdered by illegal aliens who, by the way, commit fewer crimes than domestic citizens of the United States by per capita by far. But also, what about the future doctors and future lawyers and future soldiers and future cameramen and future research scientists and future teachers and future nurses that get gunned down in elementary school in the state of Texas, and that son of a bitch won't do a goddamn thing except say maybe we should have more doors that are lockable. Fuck that guy. Fuck him straight up the butt all the way to hell with Satan's dick. I hate that guy. He's the worst kind of pandering piece of shit on the planet. What a turd. Anyway. Homemade down home. Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. I assume y'all have Bluebell where y'all are at. It is a nationwide phenomenon now. Anyway, on with the show. I'm sure I'll catch up to chat in a minute. Where are we at? It is 1:40. Oh, farts. I'm 45 minutes behind in chat. Let's keep it up. Let's go. Let's keep it going. So here we go. Yeah. Nope. I'm not going to. Nope. No. As a libertarian leaning person, no, Texas isn't. Look at their liquor laws alone. That's big government. No. Texas is a libertarian's wet dream. I mean, you may say you're a libertarian leaning person, but there's no such thing as a real libertarian person. As soon as you get two people together, y'all want all the fucking laws. There's no such thing as a libertarian. There's libertarians in theory, but in practice, it's just Republicans. So no, libertarian leaning my ass. As soon as you get two people together, libertarians all of a sudden want some kind of governance. There's no such thing as a true libertarian paradise, but goddamn Texas is working as hard as they can to get as dysfunctional and as ass backward governance as they can. They are doing their best, so desperately doing their best. And for what it's worth, when it comes to liquor laws in Texas, we're pretty much free dealing and freewheeling. We have the standard 3-tier system. We don't have a government warehouse. It is a basic 3-tier system. And I promise you, the stores, the corporations have as much power as they can handle. They would love to have more. They always want to have more. But yeah, the corporations have all the fucking power when it comes to the 3-tier system. You want to be a small operator and get into the stores? Well, fuck you. The stores have all the power and the distributors have all the power. The best way to get around it is to go through some online fulfillment and bring your whiskey to the people. But yeah, I can get into all the details if you'd like, but yeah, it's not a utopia for anything about, it's not a utopia for individuals and small business. It's a great utopia for corporations, the libertarian's wet dream. Small government, big corporations. Fuck the little guy. And everybody else can go to hell. That's how it goes. Got a feeling Joe's going to go wild on the comments above when you see my network comment and realize we're not disagreeing that much. Yeah. Hey, there you go. You nailed it there, bud. I'm 100%. I would love to see that kind of storytelling. That kind of storytelling return to a network where they have all of the primetime shows be in the same universe, or a significant chunk of the primetime shows being in the same universe. That would be cool. Like, asking one show to do it is doing a lot. Asking one program to do it is asking one program to do a lot. But if you're a well-run, a good storytelling network, like, for example, Disney, they're a great storytelling network. They tell great stories. They used to tell great stories. They still tell great stories. They bought a tremendous number of stories that they can continue telling. When they let the stories be told and don't try to force the stories to do stuff, like the lesbian kissing in the background, when they let the stories tell the stories, that's fantastic. They do it better than anybody else, because they're Disney and they can do that. And yeah, I'm with you. We absolutely, I think we're absolutely on the same page. And that's one of the cool things about these discussions, these happy hours. You find out that people agree on a whole lot more than they disagree on. If they can just get their heads out of their fucking tribal ass, then they all of a sudden can sit there and talk like rational human beings. Absolutely talk about rational human beings, like rational human beings. I lost the commentary on my chat feed, but I still got the chat over here. It'll catch up on my Twidget app. Oops. Open that back up. I'll add that I hate the flaming, or as I call it. Where are we at? 107? bigger actor shows two very gay men. What Netflix show? Where are we at? Oh, here we go. Okay. I found the text that's big enough for me to read over here. I'll add that I hate the flaming, or as I call it, the New York gay guy gets so much TV time. I'll say, as I worked with some really great guys, they were so over the top and in New York. I'm trying to remember the context of these comments. Meanwhile, most of the gay guys I've known were just in the Midwest, were just normal people. Yeah, exactly. Most of the gay guys I know, they're just like normal guys. They just like to, they're attracted to dudes. That's it. They're just normal dudes who are attracted to dudes. That kind of person isn't actually shown. There are, I mean, Will and Grace was one of them, where we're just a normal dude who just happened to be gay. He was also next to his flaming friend, Jack. Jack was the flaming gay guy. Will was just the normal dude. He just kind of liked, banging dudes. My nose itches. And that kind of bugs me too, because not everyone out there has to be so out there. Yeah, and that's one of the things about TV shows is they intentionally accentuate the absurdity of the thing. That's what makes it interesting, right? Intentionally exaggerating the one thing makes it interesting. Like the Friends on Friends, every single one of them was one monoculture of a personality, and the six of them together made one whole person, but each one of them was a stunted individual by themselves, which is why Joey didn't work out really well as a standalone spinoff, because he was not a complete character. He wasn't a complete person by himself. He wasn't a complete character that wasn't worth exploring, because he was just one aspect, 1/6 of a facet of a whole person. On the contrary, with Frasier being spun off from Cheers, Frasier was an underdeveloped character in the Cheers world, but when he was spun off, he became a whole character. They fleshed out who he was and what he was, and filled in the gaps with his brother and his father. So, yeah, there's that also. What was that next though? With a big name male actor, two guys married to women decided they were gay and got together and left their wives. I don't know what that show is. Oops, I forgot to change chat. I don't know what that show is. Awesome show, and showed us two very normal gay guys not being over the top. Grace and Frankie? Is that what it is? Grace and Frankie? Okay, I've never seen it. I am not familiar with it. Neil Patrick Harris. Martin Sheen was in it? Really? I am one comment behind on my Twidget app. I got to catch this shit up, because I actually do have to get up on Wednesday. Had to Google it. Will I watch it? Have you seen it? There's 7 seasons. It's a TV series. It's not a movie. Oh, Jesus. I don't think I'm going to watch 7 seasons of anything. Well, that's not true. I'll watch 7 seasons of a good show if it's worth watching. Neil had a Netflix show. Don't like male-on-male relations in any way. That's not true. I don't even have to know you to know you like male-on-male relations. I mean, we're both dudes. We have a distant relationship through the YouTubes. Guys can be friends with guys. We don't have to fuck. What's it called? What else would you recommend? Uncoupled? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that either. Only one season. Da, 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 da. I'm catching up. Am I catching up? No, I'm not catching up. Still 30 minutes behind. That other chick on the court was pretty bad. Didn't think Brett was close. Amy Coney Barrett. That's the other chick on the court. Amy Coney Barrett, the one that was literally appointed to the appellate bench before being appointed to the Supreme Court like 9 months. She was, anyway, I don't want to get into it. Don't care. The fucking kangaroo fucking court. Anyway, where are we at? And he sucked. Who sucked? Where are we at? Chick on the court, and he sucked. Who sucked? Don't think Brett was close to as bad as her, and he sucked. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm on board. I'm caught up. Turns out younger people love Friends. It honestly, I watch Friends, and I don't feel like it aged very well. I really don't. It just feels. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm more mature now. Being older or just matured, and I look at these people, I'm like, these are horrible fucking people. Especially Rachel, especially Ross. They're just the only redeemable people in that entire TV show are Chandler, what's her face, and Phoebe. Like the other three are just horrible fucking people. Rachel, Ross, and Joey, they're not. Joey's just a lovable doofus, but maybe Joey's the good person and Chandler's the bad person. I can't remember, but I don't know. I didn't watch the first couple of seasons, and I finally got into it, and then I enjoyed it until it went off the air, and then like now I watch it and I'm just like, these are horrible people. They're just bad people. Same thing with Seinfeld. It's just like they're bad people. It's ugh. You root for the hurricane and you root for the earthquake to just open up and swallow them up. Ugh. But I guess you're right. It does kind of tell the story of your 20s and the time your friends become your real family and all that. It really does kind of, that period where you're becoming a full-fledged adult. You're getting out of you've left your childhood and you're forming yourself into a grown-up as you find your way into your career, through your career. You get through those childhood mistakes that you make in your early years. Yeah, for what it's worth. But I mean, I just watch it and I see just a bunch of terrible fucking people. They're shallow, which I guess that's not untrue in your 20s. But they're also just one-dimensional. Every single one of them is a one-dimensional individual. And it drives me absolutely bonkers to see them be one-dimensional people and never grow as human beings, except for Chandler and what's her face, Ross's sister. Fucking name will come back to me in a minute. Phoebe, Ross, Rachel, Chandler. I can't remember her name. It's evading me at the moment. It'll come back to me in a minute. But I suppose they did. I suppose they nailed that part. I suppose. I guess. I'll allow it. I'll accept it. I see your point. I don't agree. Yeah. They're just awful human beings in general. But it's iconic. It is iconic for that decade. So there it is. And then they don't. And that's the tough part. You lose that family. You feel that family feel eventually. Yeah, you just kind of, you get through for about 5 years, and then you're just you start to grow away from those people. You know? Yeah, I get that. I get it. I get it. Yeah. Mail-in ballot, good for you, Sunflowers. Um, Phoebe's twin was a porn star. She may have been a waitress, but she also appeared in pornographic movies because there were men who would recognize Phoebe, who would see Phoebe and recognize her from her sister's pornos. And this was a whole episode that men were recognizing Phoebe, and Phoebe didn't understand why until she found out that her sister was in porn. And then by the end of the episode, it wasn't bothering Phoebe because she would call the guys out for watching porn. That's how that unfolded. OHBF. Is that what you deleted? Okay. Twidget doesn't remove the messages. She did do porn or something. The 90s boy bands. I don't remember the context of that. But Ross's sister was Rachel, Phoebe. Fuck, that's going to bother me. Hey Siri, what was Ross's sister's name in Friends? Monica. God damn, a million years I would not have gotten Monica. I never would have fucking guessed Monica. Not in a million years. It might have come back to me eventually, but I don't think I would have remembered. Where are we at? Some dude noticed Phoebe and thought she was the porn girl. I just told that story. We're all on the same page. Don't recall that storyline, but I remember it. It was just one episode. It was a one episode arc. It was because almost all of Phoebe's stories were side stories for a while. And I'm stunned that Ross, what's his name? He was like the main star when Friends started. Like I didn't know who the fuck that guy was. And every role he's played since then has been Ross in some costume. Ugh. God, he's just the worst. Anyway. Anywho, on we go. Where are we at? They didn't dwell on it. Where are we at? It was one episode. They didn't dwell on it. Okay. I'm caught up. Twisted Art Lady. I hope they kick their butt in a non-physical way. What the fuck are you talking about? Huh? Where did Twisted go? I don't know what y'all are talking about. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. I don't have to know what y'all talk about. Hope they kick the butt in a non-physical way. Well, Twisted Art Lady. Hope males are stronger. It's stupid the difference when it comes to fighting. Not when they're augmented, but it's also stupid the difference when it comes to fighting with guys. I mean, Captain America can't do that shit. Superman can't do that shit. Like no normal human can do any of that shit that male superheroes do. I'm far less concerned about kids emulating superheroes and just heroes in general in movies. Yeah. I think that's, I would go so far as say that teeters on nonsense, but it's fine. I mean, it's movies, it's fiction. It's no different than seeing Wile E. Coyote or, the Three Stooges hit each other with bowling pins and rolling pins and cast iron pots and pans. Kids are smart enough to know the difference between reality and fake stuff. reality and fantasy. I think I trust kids. I trust kids more than I trust Karens. And I really do think we have a culture where women often don't realize the gaps. And I've seen this. I've seen it too. I've seen the videos. And there are times when women count on they count on the double standard to be able to get away with acting like pieces of shit. And they are surprised when they are treated like they should be treated when they go and try and start a fight. I think that's the most diplomatic way of saying this, which is to say, if you start something, don't expect not to catch something. So, yeah. Average male has 150% more punching power than the average female. Yeah, but the heroes aren't average. That's the whole point of being a hero. I mean, you don't want to see normal people doing anything in movies. You want to see heroes, and they're all augmented, and they're all, far beyond the normal capability and capacity of. I mean, the Uma Thurman's character in Kill Bill, nobody thinks that's real life. Nobody thinks that girls can do what she did. The normal, I mean, you don't watch fucking Clint Eastwood westerns and think you can do what they did. I hope you're not that cuckoo bird crazy. I mean, nobody watches movies and think that you can do what those people did. That's not the point. They're not documentaries. Anyway, the gap is staggering. This isn't a social thing. Women can't fight men in any real capacity. Again, movies aren't documentaries. Nobody's looking at Wonder Woman and thinking, oh, I could do that. Nobody. I don't even think people are looking at Wonder Woman and looking at Chris Pine's character and thinking they can do that. You can't do what Chris Pine did. You can't look like Chris Pine and hit on Wonder Woman. Who are you, fucking crazy? You can't do that. Nobody can do that. Anyway. Men don't cry largely because many, not all women are turned on. False. I'm not even going to read the rest of that comment. I find it hot when men show emotions, and I'm a woman. You might find it hot when men show emotions, but men are not allowed to show emotions. There are 3 times when men are allowed to cry in movies, and one of them is Field of Dreams. What was the other? What are the others? I can't remember the fucking movies. God, it's an old fucking joke. Anyway, one of them's Field of Dreams. He just wanted to have a catch with his dad. What's weird is way more women say that, and then suddenly they are aren't turned on. I find it kind of gay when guys do everything out of the preconceived notion that everything that they're trying to do is to attract a woman. I mean, live your fucking life, you know? But whatever. Okay. I mean, if all your life is predicated around attracting women, then go right ahead. But I've already attracted a woman, and I'm damn near 50 years old, and society, there's still the societal stigma. I'm not trying to attract my wife. She's already attracted. I've got her. She's mine. There's a societal stigma against men showing emotion. There always has been, ever since I was a kid, and there continues to be. And the only way that I can get around that is to go around my social programming that I have been reinforced for nearly 50 years. And that has nothing to do with attracting women or whether or not women find it attractive. Quite frankly, I don't give a shit if women find anything I do attractive. I will fart in a public subway. I don't care. I don't care if women are like, ew, he's gross, I won't fuck him. I don't care. Most of these chicks, I wouldn't fuck with your dick. That is not my guiding my guiding program. I'm not trying to attract chicks everywhere I go. I don't give a shit if women are attracted to me right now. I am a fully grown man. I have a woman, and I am perfectly happy with my station in life. I'm not trying to attract women. Whether they find me attractive or not is irrelevant. I don't look at myself in the mirror and go, oh, do girls find this attractive? No. I look in the mirror and go, do I like this? Is this getting annoying? Is it too itchy? Is it tickling my nose too much? I might trim it. Do I have allergies? Am I getting snot caught in my mustache? I'm going to get rid of my mustache. That's my guide star right now. I don't give a shit if women find it attractive or not. Anyway, ongoing. And I get it. Well, I just want man to play blah, blah, blah. I also agree we kind of compound it with social norms. We only compound it with social norms. There are men's toys and women's toys. Boys can't be fashion designers unless they're gay. I mean, come on. It is all about social programming. Boys don't play with dolls. They play with action figures. Come on. Anywho, on we go. It's hard to figure out the line. It is hard to figure out. Sometimes hard to figure out the line. But, you know. I mean, guys who aren't so obsessed with God, I should do a whole show on what does it mean to be a man. Like what does it mean in 2024 or 2025, whenever I get around to doing the show? What does it mean to be a man? Because I've heard so many guys who are so fucking closeted they're closeted up with their own little repressed homosexual emotions that it's like, oh, I'm very manly. I've got big old truck and giant pipes and guns and blah, blah, blah. It's like, all you want to do is suck dick, dude. I can see it. You're so like violently opposed to it. Like, that's all you want to do. Like, such repression out here in this world. It is so pathetic. They're so insecure with their own masculinity. We should do a whole show about what it is to be a man. Like the social norms around the definitions of masculinity and manliness and all that nonsense. Anyway, on we go. I think mermaids are culturally white. Aren't they almost exclusive to the fantasy of white men on ships, or do other races have stories about them? I mean, when you want to talk about the seafaring cultures of the world, the seafaring culture of the world are predominantly European. So those are the stories that were told. But I don't think the race of the mermaid actually matters. Because you're talking about the fantasy of white men. I mean, the fantasy of white men isn't exclusive to white women or white fish women either, you know. I mean, we're assuming, you're honestly wondering. So, I mean, when we talk about a cultural norm, the question has to be asked, like, what culture is telling the story to start with, and is the race of the object of the story relevant to the story? Like, in Homer's Odyssey, are the sirens necessarily white? I mean, do they have to be? Are the Cyclopses white? Do they have to be? When they get on the island that has the flowers, the forgetful flowers, are the people there necessarily white? Do they have to be? Like, is that relevant to the story? Like, there's a lot of assumption. If you're a white sailor if you're a sailor from France or a sailor from Spain, certainly sailors from Italy and Sicily would have been to North Africa and seen people of a different color, right? But if you're Norwegian, would you have necessarily seen someone who looks different than you ever in your life? When you're Hans Christian Andersen writing stories about mermaids, would you have ever seen anyone different than you in your entire life? Probably not. Maybe. Somewhere between probably not and maybe. So in his imagination, would mermaids have been white with green scales? Maybe. Probably. Somewhere between probably and maybe is the correct answer to that, I'm guessing. But does it have to be? Was that a prerequisite to the story? I mean, maybe Snow White because her skin was alabaster, porcelain skin, whatever. But was that part of the story? Was her whiteness relevant to who she was and what she did? I don't think so. Any more than the whiteness of a mermaid, half person, half fish, would be relevant to the story. I mean, we don't know, because there would have been, as the sailors sailed, especially the European sailors sailed around Africa and picked up crew in Africa and moved along. We don't know what the fantasy of those guys would be because they were crew. They weren't necessarily captains of the ship. They weren't necessarily the ones writing the stories, but we can assume that sub-Saharan African crew member would have maybe a fantasy of a white female mermaid, but maybe having encountered those cultures, the white sailors would have fantasies of the black mermaids too. I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, why wouldn't a white man from a white male sailor have fantasies of the sub-Saharan females that they saw on their trips? Why wouldn't that be a thing? So why would mermaids necessarily be exclusively white if the whiteness wasn't a part of their story? You know what I mean? I'm going to go with that. I'm going to stick around with that. That's where I'm going to go with. Carrying on, honestly wondering, that's good. Washington's race was 100% part of the story. Washington's race was not 100% part of the story of the story being told in Hamilton. It wasn't. Washington's race was 100% part of the story that's told with Washington. Because if you're just talking about Washington, the commander of the Continental Army, his race is not relevant. If you're talking about Washington, the plantation owner, his race was 100% relevant. If you're talking about Washington, the politician, somewhere between the founder of the commander of the Continental Army and somewhere the plantation owner, I think, yes, his race becomes important part of the story because he was a white plantation owner politician. But if you're just talking about George Washington, commander of the army, I don't think his race is relevant. And in the world of Hamilton, specifically, the play of Hamilton, I don't think that a white George Washington is necessarily the only way to go, because George Washington in Hamilton was not the white plantation owner. George Washington in Hamilton was the commander of the Continental Army, and over there. He was president. He wasn't a central part of the story. He was that guy over there, except for the parts where, Hamilton and Washington were interacting. I don't think his whiteness was part of that, an integral part of the story being told, specifically in Hamilton. There's other stories that can be told about George Washington where his whiteness matters. Because George Washington in American history is a complex character in the same way that Thomas Jefferson is a complex character. The full story of Thomas Jefferson, you have to include his whiteness in the story, especially if you touch on Thomas Jefferson, Sally Hemings, and all of that. You can't tell the story of Thomas Jefferson without his whiteness being part of the story. But Hamilton's wives, George Washington, Commander George Washington. You can absolutely tell the story of George Washington without George Washington's whiteness being being integral to the story. Washington being a slave owner is not a major part of the story in Hamilton. At least not to my recollection. I've watched Hamilton twice, and I watched the movie of Hamilton twice. I haven't watched the play. I watched the movie, which was the recording of the play. It was a live performance of the play cut into a movie. So to my recollection, I don't remember him being a slave owner, the plantation part, the George Washington white plantation owner, slave owner, being an integral part of the story. I remember it being Washington, president and commander of the Continental Army. That was the focus that I recall for that story, and for that aspect of his character, for that facet of his story, him being him being white is irrelevant to the story. George Washington the general, George Washington the president, he didn't have that. His whiteness wasn't integral to that story. So yeah, there's that. Snow White was as white as snow. In that case, the skin color. I think, yeah, sunflowers. I'm with you there. I believe part of her description was porcelain skin or alabaster skin or something like that. So that was, you're spot on with that. Any show with royalty in Europe kind of needs to have some level of whiteness. Does it though? Does it? I mean, does it necessarily? Because, I mean, let's explore this idea. Does the whiteness of royalty in Europe, because yes, they're royals, they're European, there's, all the inbreeding and all the stuff. Yes. We know, historically true, yes. No problem. No disagreement there. But if the king of Bavaria was black in a play or in a movie, does that detract from the story being told about the king of Bavaria? Does the king of Bavaria's whiteness matter to the story of what's being told by the king of Bavaria, about the king of Bavaria? If it's because there was a significant portion of American history where East Europeans weren't considered white, where Italians weren't considered white, where Sicilians weren't considered white, where Spaniards weren't considered white. There's a significant portion of American history. Polish, Hungarian, German even. There was an otherness, a non-whiteness to it because they weren't West European enough. Does the King of Romania have to be, if you've got, 6 actors and the best 2 are black, do you pass on those guys and bring in, if Sam Jackson wants to play the King of Romania, or Wesley Snipes, or Morgan Freeman, if they want to play the King of Romania, do you tell them, no, we're going to go with Chris Hemsworth instead? You can go, would you pick Chris Hemsworth to be the King of Romania over Denzel Washington? I don't know. I don't think it's relevant necessarily to the storytelling. You know what I mean? Because the whiteness, the King of Bavaria is the King of Bavaria. His whiteness or blackness is not part of the story of him being King of Bavaria. Necessarily. The last King of Scotland was what's his name? Not Cuba Gooding. Yeah, Cuba Gooding Jr., the last King of Scotland. Of course, I think that was also based in Africa. So maybe that's a bad example. But on the other hand, a king in, or the president of Rwanda, or the president of Kenya, or whatever, the blackness of that character matters. You can't. I don't think you have a white guy being president of Ethiopia. I don't know, and it goes back to the point where I think the race of a character matters if the character's black, because the blackness is part of the character's identity, unless it's like Snow White, whose skin was alabaster, white as snow, da-da-da-da-da. But that's part of their identity, as opposed to, Rasputin in Russia, or Volstagg, or any of the, Heimdall in Thor. I don't know. It's hard to put your finger on it and say it has to be this way, it has to be that way. Because when you're telling a story, you're trying to tell the best story you can possibly tell. And you don't want to cast characters like Scarlett Johansson as a native Hawaiian that would then just detract from the story. You don't want to cast somebody whose presence in that role detracts from the story or distracts from the story. So can you cast a King of Bavaria that's black? Maybe. I don't know. You can cast a Frenchman who's black in Hamilton, because at the time they did have Frenchmen who were black. But I think the question has to be, does the race of the character matter? Does the color of the character's skin matter so much that it detracts from the storytelling? Because if it's a fantasy kingdom in West East Central Europe, like what was the thing with Princess Diaries? That is a European kingdom of some sort. So who cares if the king's white or black? Who cares? That's not part of the story. That the blackness of the king or the I don't remember if they had a king. I know they had a queen. I don't remember if they had a king. I don't really care. But that wasn't part of the story. The story was this little girl learning how to be a princess after, growing up in America. Does it matter if the king's white or black? Because that's not part of the story. He's just there or whatever. If she's supposed to marry somebody from a neighboring kingdom, if the guy from the neighboring kingdom is black, who cares? That's not part of the story. That's not an integral part of the story. The integral part of the story is this commoner from the United States has learned how to become a princess, and this princess is supposed to marry a prince, and the princess and the prince are supposed to learn how to like each other after just meeting. That's the part of the story. Different worlds, different universes. It's a part that's the story, not, oh, and by the way, he's also black. Maybe that detracts from the story. Maybe that becomes more of the story than it needs to be. Maybe not. I don't know. It depends on the story. The answer to this would be, it depends. I don't think there's a hard, fast rule where you put your finger on and say, it has to be this, it has to be that. But I think if we look back at it and we're honest with each other, then you could look back at it and say that generically speaking, the blackness of a character matters more than the whiteness of a character. You can almost always, like, think of the Clint Eastwood movies, the Westerns. You could replace Clint Eastwood with a black guy and probably tell the exact same story. But you can't replace Jackie Robinson with a white guy and tell the exact same story. Of course, Jackie Robinson was a real person. So that's probably a bad example. But you can't replace black protagonist in a movie. You can't replace Shaft with a white guy and tell the exact same story. Because Shaft's blackness is part of the story of Shaft. But Clint Eastwood's whiteness is not the story of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I mean, Clint Eastwood's character in Good, the Bad, and the Ugly happens to be white, but his whiteness is not part of the story. Shaft's blackness is part of the story. See what I mean? They're the distinction between the two. And that's American cinema, especially in the 1970s and early 80s, but a very limited context to draw from. Anyway, on we go. That said, some shows have brought in diversity in that context, and it's not that bad. So I'm okay with it in general. I think I'm okay with it in general too. And like I said, I think it comes down to whether or not the race of the character is part of the story. Like in Tropic Thunder, they explore that very much so, where it's an Australian playing an American, or it's actually an American playing an Australian who is playing an American in blackface. In Robert Downey Jr. But Tropic Thunder being the parody that it is, the satire that it is, it can get away with shit like that. And yeah, so anyway, onward. I was talking to my uncle this weekend, who I don't honestly know his political views, but we were discussing, speaking, the man was right. J.D. Vance is exceptional in that debate. And what debate? What debate has J.D. Vance ever been exceptional? That's confusing. I don't know what you mean. Because unless you're talking about the vice presidential debate, if we watch the same debate, J.D. Vance was comical. He was very poised in the vice presidential debate, but it was tough to listen to what he said when literally half of what he said was just a straight up lie. But yeah, he's very poised and very composed when he speaks. It's just It's not how he speaks that bothers me. It's what he speaks that is the problem in general. And that's, yeah. Yeah. That's my general issue. It's not how he says it, but what he says. Onward. No, JD sucked. He's very polished. I'll give him credit. Credit where credit is due. He's very polished, very poised. He did not sound as weird as he normally does. So, yeah. Wait. Libertarian equals Republican? No, and I was saying Texas is the worst liquor state ever for a libertarian. Oddly, Cali and DC are more free market. I don't know anything about the California and DC DC markets, but I promise you, Libertarian and Republican are disagree all you want, but I live in reality. Some things are not debatable topics, and that is one of them. Did a cruise rant. Stop it. Leave me alone. Quit trying to egg me on to do a cruise rant. I'm not going to do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna. The Joey show didn't work because he was a terrible character and actor. Yes, he's a terrible character. But Matt LeBlanc did a TV show which did work. I don't remember what it was called. Sessions, I think it was. I think it was 2 or 3 seasons. It was a good series. And he played Matt LeBlanc. Former Friends and Joey actor. I think it was called Sessions. It was a good series. But Joey didn't work because Joey was a terrible character. You were right about that. Matt LeBlanc is actually a pretty decent actor. But Joey is a terrible character. Certainly terrible by himself. He's a good ensemble character, but he is a terrible standalone character. And I did not watch past the first episode, so I don't know what they did. Adding family, I don't know. Male on male sex stuff I don't like. Well, you don't have to like male on male sex stuff. Nobody's asking you to fuck a guy or get fucked by a guy. I mean, Jesus. Anyway, the existence of gay people does not mean you have to have sex with men. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You can still get rejected by women if gay men exist. Anyway, God, heterosexual men crack me up. I thought Rose grew a lot, and so did Chandler. Who's Rose? Rose? So Chandler, Monica, she was always kind of the mature one. Yeah. Ross, gotcha. Okay, Ross, not Rose. Gotcha. I see what you mean. Wait. Ross. Yeah, Ross was the principal actor. It was Ross that at the start of the series, Ross was the big name. And everybody else, and it was he was the one getting paid the most, and it was like the second or third season when they renegotiated the contracts when Ross said, "I'm not coming back unless we all get paid the same." So that's when all of the actors in Friends started making bank. Was when Ross said, David Schwimmer, he has a name. When David Schwimmer said, he was the only established actor when the whole thing started. But yeah, in the early days, it was Ross and the gang. He was the only established actor that they used, and he was making the most money. And it was just a couple seasons later that they became an ensemble cast that were all getting paid the same. Here's the thing. Ronda Rousey is an action hero to many people. A big dude with zero training could ragdoll her. Yeah. I mean, hell, a big chick with training ragdolled her. She got kicked in the jaw and retired. She was She was a tough motherfucker until she got kicked in the face, and then she retired, and she was done. Ronda Rousey was a beast until she got kicked in the face, and then she was finished. And yeah, a big dude could ragdoll her, but I think in the same weight class, no, probably in the same weight class, she'd still get that piss beat out of her. I think that's probably true. I don't know though. What was she at her peak? 150, 160, something like that. What would she do to a dude who weighed 150 pounds? Because a dude who weighs 150 pounds is a little dude, right? I mean, apples to apples. I mean, we're talking 150 pounds to 150 pounds. We're not talking Ronda Rousey versus some fucking Hulk Hogan looking motherfucker. We're not talking Ronda Rousey versus like some 210 beast with a neck that's as thick as my thigh. We're talking Ronda Rousey versus some other 150 pound dude. Jesus Christ, 150 pound dude. I mean, I don't know. Would that be a fair fight? Maybe. I don't know. There's probably a reason why they have different why they don't let men and women fight each other. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe that'd be worth watching. I don't know. We're at, and I think moves that make a woman think this. I think you're wrong. When you were 10, you thought you could get jacked like Arnold. Well, that was a 10-year-old. 10-year-olds are stupid. You know this. You know who 10-year-old. You know 10-year-olds. Hell, even you as a 10-year-old. I knew me as a 10-year-old. I have kids who were 10 years old. They were stupid. 10-year-olds are not smart. Full stop. Man, did my life not work out. Our biology is 100% based on attracting women. No, it's not. I mean, yeah, to some level, but also no, not so much. Our sociology is, maybe the biology is, the sociology is not. And men don't cry is not biology. That's sociology. So you need to get biology and sociology, into their proper categories. Our biology may be significantly based on attracting females, attracting women in order to procreate. But our sociology, our social programming is not purely about attracting women. It's about social hierarchy. It's about defining the differences between genders. It's about defining your roles in society. It's about so much more than just attracting women. Social programming is very different from biology. Social programming is entirely a man-made construction. Entirely. The idea... I'm off. My chat's off here. The idea that men try to attract women concisely is... Concisely? We do. But it's also programmed into us. Oh yeah, it's very much programmed into us. What it is to be a man, how it is to be a man, how you act to be a man, what you do to be a man, what being a man is all about. It's also the same with women. What being a woman is all about. How you act to be a woman, how to be a proper lady, how to be It's purely man-made construction. Boys' toys, girls' toys, boys' jobs, girls' jobs, the way a boy acts, the way girls act. It's so much man-made construction and reinforced by social norms. We do, but it's all programmed into us. Where are we at? Okay, there we go. Most of what men do that works is just genetic and not thought of. That's so untrue. It's not thought of because it's so well programmed into us that we don't have to think about it. It's just how we are and what we do because it's been programmed into us. It's actually a historical story. No, mermaids are not historical stories. I don't think. I don't think there's ever been a real mermaid ever seen. I don't think. Women, not women. Woman, not women. Okay. I think the history of where the story is told matters. I think you might be right on that. Where the story is told matters. Who tells the story matters. But that doesn't mean that the race of the objects in the story matter. In the same way that Heimdall can be black in a Norse mythological story, because these people are gods, and the gods can be whatever we want the gods to be. We make them into whoever we want them to be. And Jeff Goldblum is Zeus in the TV series Chaos. And I'm pretty sure Goldblum is a Jewish name, and Zeus is a Greek god. So I don't think Jeff Goldblum would typically be considered a Greek god. But, Greek gods can be whatever we make them into being, I suppose. Sunflower says women like it when men show emotions and cook. Some women. And that is very different than what it was 40 years ago, and very different than what it was 40 years before that. I mean, those are cultural norms. I'm with you. I feel you. I understand what you're saying. But I guess to what end? Why change that sailing of the era was mostly white? Why change that sailing of that? But why? But at the same time, why not? Why does it have to be that? We're not 18th century sailors today. Why does the story have to be told to an audience 2 centuries ago when the audience watching the story today is today? Why, when the audience listening to the story today, if it was being told today, if you were reading the story of Little Mermaid or whatever, nowhere in the book Little Mermaid does it say what color the Little Mermaid's skin is. It's not integral to the story. It's not important to the story. It doesn't fucking matter. But when you put it up on the screen, now all of a sudden it matters because it's a visual story. And if you're telling a visual story to an audience, why not have that story be a story that's recognizable to the audience? And if it's okay to have a white mermaid, why is it not okay to have a black mermaid? Why does the mermaid have to be white? Why can't the mermaid be Asian? What does it fucking matter? Mermaids are make-believe creatures that don't fucking exist. They're fish tails with human bodies. Why does it fucking matter? Nowhere in the book does it say what color skin the human part of a fucking mermaid is. Who cares? Why does it matter? It's not integral to the story. I mean, we're not talking about mermaids swimming around in the ocean and getting pulled out by white slavers and put into service in plantations in the southern United States. Then the color of their skin would matter, right? These are just fucking fish swimming around in the ocean, jumping out of the water into the surf, trying to seduce some dude with their weird fish pussies. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Oh, white dudes. That's who gives a shit. It's always white dudes who give a shit. just the most fragile little male egos running around trying to convince people that they don't have fragile male egos. It's always the same story. Guys can't wear skirts, but Scottish men can wear kilts, and kilts are so fucking comfortable. Kilts are so fucking comfortable. They come with their own air conditioning. They're great. Commander of the Army doesn't require race. I'm sorry, but no black men run the war then either. But that is not... You're talking about a documentary versus a story. The fact that George Washington was white did not make him more qualified to be the commander of the army, except through the racist lens of 17th century America or 18th century America. The fact that he was a general was not predicated on his whiteness. The fact that he was white was predicated on the racist nature of the United States at the time. But, you know, you can go ahead and keep trying to make the argument, but no. Commander of the Army did not have a racial predicate when it came to telling the story of the Revolutionary War. The story of the Revolutionary War, George Washington could have been Asian. In the story of the Revolutionary War, specifically Commander Washington, that guy could have been anybody. Commander Washington, George Washington, commander of the Continental Army, did not have to be white or black. The commander of the Continental Army was just the commander of the Continental Army. He was a character. George Washington, plantation owner, needed to be white. And to force, if you were trying to tell the story of George Washington, commander of the Continental Army, who was also a slave owner and racist, just like every other founding father of the United States, then yes, he did have to be white. But if you were trying to separate the racist underpinnings of the United States from the story being told, then you can make him whatever you want him to be. But if you're trying to combine those two narratives, the racist past of the United States and the racist nature of being a Southern plantation owner who owned other human beings, then no, you can't separate those two. You absolutely cannot separate those two things. And then he has to be white. In that story that you're telling, the whiteness does matter. But if you're not telling that aspect of the story, if you're not including that part of the story, if you're letting that story, that's a different story that needs to be told, but that's not the story we're being told right now, then he doesn't have to be white. The whiteness is no longer relevant because you're just talking about this period and this narrow gauge of the story of the Revolutionary War. Just right here. Now, if you want to add in the aspects of freedom for blacks and fighting for inclusion of former slaves into the future planning of the United States colonies as they become states and independent republics and eventually confederated and then unified republics, then then his whiteness does matter. But if you're not telling that part of the story, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He could be a horse. He could be a penguin waddling around, leading the forces. Black mermaids. Wait, what? There it is. Black mermaids have been part of the African folklore and cosmology for thousands of years. I didn't know that. The idea of mermaids may have originated in Africa, where water spirits were believed to have great power. Interesting. The original rules of even land ownership beginning and land ownership and voting required being white, but being in the military and being in the Continental Army did not. And I'm willing to bet if we looked just a cursory, just a little cursory research, we could probably uncover some commanders and division leaders in the 1700s that were black. It probably wouldn't take a whole lot of digging to find that information, but I am not motivated enough right now to do such a thing. Good stuff. Move on. Come on. Let's get that one. Let's get that one. Every single comment gets highlighted. I'm down. Let's keep this up. Where are we at? This one. Got no idea what's in Hamilton. I missed you were talking about that play. I'm straight. Are you now? Straight men don't have to announce it to the world. The rest of us just know it. It's like Denny's saying we don't discriminate. If you don't discriminate, you don't have to say it. Calm down, champ. Nobody's hitting on you. Some say that black mermaids can be traced back to the Middle Passage when enslaved Africans were transported across the ocean to North America and the Caribbean. I think Sunflowers is looking at Wikipedia. The idea of manatees being mermaids also makes sense. I get that. Jesus Christ. It's 3 a.m, guys. All right. Where are we at on chat? 2:28. 30 minutes behind. Okay. That manatees be mermaids, and they're kind of black. Mermen, I believe. Hamilton is a musical, not a play. It's called Hamilton the Musical. Sunflowers, it is a musical play. And I guess, I guess there's a distinction. I guess there's a distinction between the two. But a musical is just a play with music, isn't it? Sam Jackson can act, runs. Thanks, Dustin. Come on. I'm racing to catch up the chat because I got to go to bed. But yeah, you can't tell a story about a place that's all white or whatever race and mix it. I think you can. If you could, I think you can tell that story because there are plenty of Cinderella stories. There are plenty of Cinderella stories that have members of the Royal Guard who are non-white. There are plenty of, if you're a good storyteller, if you're telling the story and race is not integral to the story, you know, my servant can be white or black, but my slave has to be black. You know, if it's just a servant, it doesn't matter because we don't carry the connotation of slavery and race with servitude. Servants can be butlers and all kinds of other things that are servants in a household. They don't have to be minority races who are subjugated and in slavery. But if they are minority races that are subjugated in slavery, then they absolutely have to be, because that's part of the story that gets told. It's a subtle difference, but it's a difference nonetheless. And just like in toys, when Robin Williams and LL Cool J can be brothers, even though they're very different in color, when race was not a part of the story being told, you can absolutely mix and blend and trade and share and swap races if race is not integral to the story. And I think it's easier when it comes to, especially in the United States, when it comes to telling a story, that whiteness isn't all. Blackness is written in as an integral part of a story more often than whiteness is written in as an integral part of the story. And that's because we just default to white males as characters in the United States. Culturally in general, but also we just do that. And that's why we notice when there's female heroes or black leads or things. We notice it because it's not the default. Because in the United States, culturally, we just do that. We default to black or white males as the lead to stories, as heroes in stories. That's what we do. That's who we are. That's who we are as a people and as a culture. But that's been changing a lot in the last 25 years, where the default is less black male or white male and more often white female or black female, and to a lesser extent black male. But more so in the last probably 5 years, I think we've seen more black male leads. I could think of like 3 or 4 movies off the top of my head where there's strong black leads. Hell, The Harder They Fall was just about an entire black ensemble cast. Yeah. It's fascinating to see how things are changing when stories are being told to a new generation. Very interesting to see how things are changing as stories are being told to a new generation. Because my son's generation, the group that are in college right now, freshly out of high school, going into college, coming of age, beginning to vote, they are a much more diverse, less culturally exclusive, more culturally inclusive group of people than even we were when we were kids. And it's very fascinating to see how things are changing in the storytelling to these groups of kids. Very interesting to see. And on we go. Next, to your point, you can't have, yes, you can. You can't have an Italian be king of England in a movie either. I bet you could. I bet you could. I bet you could. In fact, I bet if we looked up a list of kings of England in movies, we would find probably a bunch of actors that aren't English playing kings of England. I bet you. Unless he doesn't look it at all. Yep. They need to look English. I don't think they do. Do you want it to feel real or feel fantasy? I think that's. I think that's your. Well, it depends on the storytelling. It depends on the casting. It depends on what the director wants to do. It depends on how the story is being told and what the aspects of the story is. And no, I don't think Hamilton is considered to be a historical anything. It's a story. It's a story that's being told, and the story that's being told, back here, it's a story that's being told. The story is mostly the story of Hamilton, but it's not a fucking documentary, and that's the whole point. Stories that are being told are not necessarily, or don't have to be documentaries. Hamilton is not a documentary. It's a story that's being told mostly about the rise and fall of Hamilton. And the characters in the story, specifically George Washington. George Washington very well could be a black guy in Hamilton, because the character that George Washington is playing is commander of the Continental Army, not George Washington, plantation owner and owner of slaves and historical racist. He's George Washington. In fact, I think in Hamilton, George Washington is played by a black guy. Let's see. Maybe not. No, somebody's played by a black guy, not George Washington. I don't remember. I think it was the French dude. Hercule, I think. But I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen it. On we go. Sunflowers says, Madonna played Eva Perón in the movie version of Evita. That is correct. Madonna did play Eva Perón. Argentinian. South American Argentinian. Spaniard. If it isn't based on history, whatever. Yep, there you go. Whatever. Madonna being a movie is kind of a crime. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, you can't. I disagree. I think you could. I think in the Good, the Bad, the Ugly, or Fistful of Dollars. I think anybody could have played the character that Clint Eastwood played. I mean, acting quality aside, you could have replaced Clint Eastwood with just about any character, with any actor. He was perfect for that role. Don't get me wrong, but just like you could have replaced Burt Reynolds or Chris Christopherson or Tom Selleck. Hell, you could have replaced Tom Selleck with damn near anybody in Magnum PI. He was just another actor playing a role. It could have been anybody playing that role. Tom Selleck, Magnum PI, did not have to be a white private investigator. He was just a private investigator. The fact that he was a white guy was purely an aspect of Tom Selleck playing that role. If it wasn't Tom Selleck playing that role, he could have been a short guy. If it wasn't, it could have been Harrison Ford playing that role. It could have been Sidney Poitier playing that role. That'd have been weird. He's kind of a dramatic actor, but who cares? Whatever. Maybe it would have sent Sidney's career in a whole different direction. But the race of the character is not necessarily relevant. And you can argue it all you want, but you're wrong. Westerns weren't about white, but they were a white story only because you had white guys in them. Jesus Christ, Western, they were filmed in Italy and they had more Hispanic people in them than white people. I mean, Jesus, Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and A Fistful of Dollars. I think half the cast was either Hispanic or Sicilian, Italian, whatever. Maybe some Clint movies could replace him, but not in the West. Mm-hmm. Forrest Whitaker. That's not Cuba Gooding Jr. Forrest Whitaker. Thank you, Sunflowers. Madonna's episodes. That's what it was. Episodes, not sessions. Episodes. Right. Sunflowers. That's it. Thank you. You knew what I was talking about. Dustin, you say libertarians want all this stuff, but that requires government intervention, and libertarians are also not cool with government intervention. So libertarians need to decide what it is that they want before they go saying silly stuff like libertarians want, because if libertarians want anything like this, that requires laws. So yeah, there's a reason why libertarians vote with Republicans almost all the time. It's because they're Republicans. So argue it all you want, but it's not me you have to come to terms with, because, that's like standing in a locker room and screaming, "I'm straight." Ronda Rousey was taken out by a legit fighter woman. She'd have a shot against a 150-pound dude. I think she would have a shot against a 150-pound dude. And Ronda Rousey fought a bunch of legit fighters. But she got kicked in the face and retired. That was it. But she was the best of the best. 150, 5-10%, 150-pound dudes would win easy. Yeah, you're talking 5 to 10%. You're talking about the cream of the crop, the elites. Geez, she's the best of the best. You brought up Ronda Rousey. It was your example. That means Ronda Rousey at the peak of her game was better than 90 to 95% of the men in the same weight class. That's not your best argument there, Chief. And biology is crying is a biological function, but holding it back and not doing it is a social function. So again, no, you're just wrong, and you're making incel arguments, and it's kind of embarrassing. Sorry. um, and men versus women is genetics, yes, but male versus female or man versus woman is societal. Defining men versus women, the roles of men, the roles of women, that's societal. Male versus female, genetically, that is genetics. Masculinity versus femininity, damn it, femininity, there's the word. Roles of men versus roles of women, that is social. And you can argue it all you want, just like you can stand in your locker room and insist that you're straight. It's not, it doesn't change it. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. That masculine roles and feminine roles are defined by society. 100% human construction. 100%. So, sorry. Argue with a wall. We have social norms, but yes, that's the whole point. We have social norms of what it is that defines men and what it is that defines women. So you can try to conflate the two things between genetics and social norms, but what defines a man as a man and a woman as a woman, what defines how we interact in the world is social norms. That's just how it is. So, sorry. You don't have to like it, but it is what it is. No, the stories were from men on ships hallucinating mermaids. Okay. To be fair, Jeff Gold, whatever was horrible in that series. We've only watched like the first 3 episodes, I think, of Chaos. It seems interesting. It seems fun. I don't know. We'll see. Commander Washington was fighting for a country. You keep coming back to this whole fucking thing. Commander Washington wasn't appointed commander because of his whiteness, and he didn't lead his army on his whiteness. It's a story about anybody, literally anybody could play Commander George Washington. In the same way that literally anybody could play any of the protagonists in a Clint Eastwood movie, and literally anybody could play the role of God in Bruce Almighty, or Bruce, for that matter, in Bruce Almighty. The whiteness or blackness of the characters was not part of the story. Keep arguing all you want, but you've got no argument to make. You're just wrong. I mean, sorry, but it is what it is. Yeah. And we're done. We're at the end of chat, and it is almost, 3:30? No, 3:15. And I'm going to call it a night because, is it 3:15? Yeah, 3:15. I'm going to call it a night because it's fucking late. This was fun. This was a great show. I'm going to stop the Twidget app. We're out. I'm going to close that down. I'm going to put chat back in its port there. I'm going to open up the screen here. And ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, this has been a fun, rousing topics. What do? We talked about age statements on whiskey and how to read them and how they're relevant and how they matter and how they don't. We talked about music in the 90s. We talked about race and pop culture and TV shows. That was weird. And we briefly even talked about politics and how Ted Cruz is an entire piece of shit. Early voting has started in several states. Don't forget to vote on November 5th, or if you are following the former guy's instruction, January 5th. Not my words, his. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, I am the old humble guy. I will continue to be the old humble guy until next time, and you continue to be awesome until we meet again. Cheers. It'll be what'll it be? Trivia night on Thursday night. Where'd my there it is. I was looking for my cursor where it went. Be awesome to each other, and cheers. Good night. This has been an award-winning production. Special thanks to our executive producers and sponsors, members of the channel. Mr. Jiggs, cheers to you. And anybody else who wants to join, hit that join button and join us for less than $2 a month.